Oh my God. How did you figure this out? Was this just someone like... Yeah, how did you figure this out, dude? This is fascinating. Really? What's the play for a TikTok ban? What do you mean play? Like whose play? Our play? Their play? What do you mean play? Damn. Oh, like if a TikTok... Yeah, I guess so, Ron. By the way, you guys can find me on here, please, on basically all the apps except for X. Which reminds me, I'm gonna... That's another thing I gotta do. I gotta end Kick. Yeah, end Kick. I'm not on Kick either because apparently we don't like Kick. I already did this. Some crazy news coming out of the rest of the world right now, huh? You guys been seeing this? Korea and stuff? And Georgia, the country, not the state. The Prime sub on Twitch. What does that mean? Prime sub. I don't know Twitch very well. I only got Twitch in order to stream on it. So I don't really like watch. I follow Hassan Piker on Twitch. Not that I like watch, because I'm always live. Not always, but I'm often live. I just watch his clips, really. I don't watch him live, usually. But I follow him and I follow a friend of mine. And that's it. And I follow them, and I made my Twitch account in order to stream. So there's so much about Twitch that I just don't know. What's Prime sub? Okay, let's see. Okay. I have to order my sister's Christmas present. Or one of them, at least. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. You guys want to use your free subscription on me? Why is my hair doing weird shit down here? Whatever. I'm going to grab my tea. Don't go anywhere. It would be a paid Prime sub. Yeah, that's cool. Would I change my profile pic on where? On Twitch? What? I don't even know what my profile picture is on Twitch. I assume it's the same one. What's not healthy for me? Oh, TikTok? If I have to, but right now my profile picture is the same across the board. I really like it. Why would so why do you think I need to change my profile picture? I like it, and it's the same across the board, so I feel like it signals like, hey, it's the same person. You know what I mean? Correct. I'm not showing my face. Does that really matter? If you look at like any of my pages, you see my face. Lolo? I don't know who that is. Hi. I guess I just figured that they're going to look at content for that, right? Like, rather than a teeny tiny little profile picture that doesn't tell them anything about me. Honestly, ironically, like, oh, hi, Ron on Twitch. Nice to see you on here. So I wanted to come back. Well, but I'm not bombastic and bubbly. You know what I mean? The reason I like my profile picture is because it almost feels like, to me, it kind of feels like it says more about me than if I were just like, no photos of me exist like that, by the way. Like, that's not a thing. Unless you just screenshotted that. In which case, congratulations. Oh, cool, Ron. Cool. Oh, go get my tea. Gotcha. But the photo, I mean, I like it. It's been my profile picture on Instagram for years now. It's me. I'm holding up. Funny enough, like if you can actually, on any app that you can actually see it close up, it's me. I'm holding up like a Polaroid, and the Polaroid is of me. So technically, you can see my face. You can see my face twice in it. And anyway, and it feels a little bit like, oh, I'm a little asshole artsy film kid. You know what I mean? It feels accurate to me, but it's also a little tongue in cheek. But I also like the photo. Wait, no, don't leave me. Don't leave me. I do appreciate the advice, Sergio. Keep the advice coming. Just because I don't take one bit of it doesn't mean I'm not going to take the next one. You know what I mean? I'm going to grab my tea. It is. Thank you, Ron. Oh, if it would help? Maybe. Well, I guess I've been told, I don't know, Twitch is like, apparently Twitch isn't very good for finding new audiences, if that makes sense. Like the algo prioritizes existing large streamers, is what I'm told. Yeah, they do. I know, they do. It's all like, God, if you go to my YouTube account, right now it's my TikToks. It's the same things. And there's a couple where I was like, okay, because, the number one advice for YouTube is, the cover, have the good cover. You know what I mean? Cover image. And everyone does all this editing and stuff. And I'm like, man, I film on my phone for the most part, and I post from my phone, and I want to be able to do it very quickly. I'm posting to like 5 different fucking platforms. Anytime I post a TikTok, I then post it almost every time on YouTube, Instagram, and then I share the Instagram to Threads, and then I share the YouTube link to Bluesky. And each one has like a whole different thing, right? So like I'll try to just copy paste the caption, at least to IG and to YouTube. But sometimes it's like I realize like, oh, this isn't as good for this, whatever. Or like TikTok lets you have a cover photo with like text on it, so I can put text on there. But then Instagram, like I would have to upload it separately, so I don't want to do that. And then YouTube, I have to come up with an actual title that's like more for you, whatever. Long story short, there's like, if you go to my profile, you'll see most of my videos are vertical, and I just let it auto select the photo, the screen thingy, which isn't good. That's not a good strategy for YouTube. But a couple of them I've tried to do the like. And it's so stupid. It's so, especially because like, if anything, I'm like pointing. If I'm pointing at anything, it's like a bit of news. You know what I mean? And so because I'm not gonna get all fucking fancy with Photoshop, I already am exhausted by all of this. Thunderclap. It's an all-in-one multi-platform solution. Really? Oh, it's Chiron. Okay. You think so, Sergio? Maybe I should just post a YouTube exclusive that's like me. I'm just going to take like 15 photos of me going. And then just make like a thing like that. And it's just going to be this. It's just going to be me talking right now. Hi, Ray. Thank you, Sergio. Made for NPR. That's actually kind of sweet. Unable to add stream marker. Why? Oh. Subscribed with Prime. 2 out of 10. Whoa, wait. I have 2 subscribers on Twitch? Wow. Thank you for subscribing, Ron. I don't even know if Twitch... I don't know how... I know I'm technically... I think I'm an affiliate or whatever. So technically I can my Twitch is monetized, but I don't know if you subscribe, but it charges you. I don't think I've ever gotten paid by Twitch. I got a little alert saying Ron is twitching, subscribed with Prime, 2 out of 10. I assume that's... Wait, is 2 out of 10 because my goal is 10 subscribers maybe? Sorry, I don't spend very much time on Twitch. Okay. God, there's so much. Oh, wait, but on my... Okay. That's weird. On my Twitch... On my native Twitch chat, it says 3 out of 10. So apparently I have 3 subscribers out of 10. But it's just on my third-party thing. It says 2 out of 10. That's weird. You've been a great guest. Wait, Sergio, when were you last on, like, voice guest, Sergio? I'm so sorry. I don't remember. You must have been. Oh, you were here when we were talking about the witches 2 days ago. Okay. Yeah, my brain is like Swiss cheese right now. What witches? Well, it started out because we were talking to someone, like a MAGA person, who was talking about why they're MAGA. And they were talking about the border, and we were asking them what they're so afraid of. And apparently it's witches. That's who they're afraid of is just coming across the border, you know? They had some great points about how, you know, they don't want people from these vastly different cultures from America to, you know, come in. But then when we asked them about those vastly different cultures, what they meant, they said, you know, people who treat cultures that treat women worse than men, which sounds exactly like American culture if you ask me. It sounds like we would love that, I guess, America. And then he said witches. So. It was unclear, Buggy. That's what we were trying to figure out. Thank you, Sergio. Hi, Naz. My sub goals are 3 out of 10. Okay. There's not a war on men in America. If there is, actually, Tristan, you're partially right. If there is, in fact, a war on men in America, it's being waged by other men, ironically. Did you know that traditional concepts of masculinity and conforming to masculinity norms actually makes men more likely to unalive themselves, and it makes them more depressed? Nas, thank you for the $30 on Cash App. No, the rich are not trying to ruin men. The rich are trying to get men to be more hyper masculine because that makes you guys a lot easier to manipulate and to use for their purposes. They want you more focused on yourself and like bullshit issues so that you don't focus on the fact that they're exploiting you as much as they possibly can. Not exactly, Sergio. They're not trying to emasculate you. They are trying to... No, so Sergio, the more like you believe in traditional masculinity, the more your mental health suffers. That's the thing. It actually turns out that like hyper masculinity and like traditional gender norms and ideas of masculinity actually harm men a lot more. But they also, because they harm men a lot more, they also like weaken like men as a group a lot more. Because I mean, if you're focusing, if your mental health is shot and more of your mental energy and focus is on this these bullshit norms and goals, and like your anxieties are all about like fitting into these specific norms that are not even like helping you, they're actually like deep down harming you. Like you have so much less ability, confidence, and like just mental ability to identify and go after the people who are actually exploiting you and the people that are actually causing problems to you, which aren't, women. It's not, all these other groups that you're being told to like hate and be afraid of and being told to assume are like attacking you and your masculinity. No, it's like billionaires and corporations. They get you to work harder and harder and harder every year and give you less and less and less while they, get more and more profits. They make your life harder every day. But they want you focusing on other stuff. They want you thinking that the reason your life is harder is because you're not manly enough. Because it just makes it easier for them, and it makes you weaker. Well, Sergio, I actually like posted about this not that long ago, like this evening. Research came out showing that traditional like masculinity makes men more likely to commit to remove themselves. I'm not your favorite, Tristan. Yeah, you can come up, but I am going to fact check you. This is a real study that came out. Can I recommend, Tristan, how about this? Go check out my latest TikTok. Go watch it real quick. It's like 3 minutes long. You can watch it even like sped up, so it's a minute and a half, double speed. Because it's new research that has come out within the last week, literally saying this. So I made a TikTok about it, explaining like, yeah, the research is showing that this, conformity to traditional masculinity and these traditional concepts of masculinity is actually harming men a lot more. So go watch that and then we can talk about it. The alternative is to be something I'm not. No, Sergio, that's not. I don't think you understand. Sergio, you might want to watch the TikTok too. Traditional concepts of masculinity, that is like total social and cultural like norms that have been developed by our society. You know what I mean? Like that's not, no one's saying like you're not a man well, I mean, men are saying like, you're not a man if you're not like this. No, I'm talking about like the social and cultural norms that are defined as masculine. No one's saying that you can't be a man, but it just, if you think that being a man requires meeting these like traditional roles and meeting these like very traditional standards, you are more likely to have bad mental health because of that. That actually hurts you. The idea is it actually helps men a lot more, and it makes men happier. It makes them less likely to commit self-unalive, self-removal, whatever. It makes them less likely to attempt it, even failing, if they are encouraged to you know, I was gonna say express masculinity however, but like to just fit in whatever gender norms they want. They can still be a man and identify as a man, but like you don't have to be afraid of like showing emotion, right? You don't have to feel like you have to be strong. You know what I mean? You don't have to feel like you have to fit these very rigid standards. I'm not, David. What is that? What was his video about? I'm sure it did, Sergio, but there's like different things. Like that's kind of oversimplifying it. Just because if you enjoy wrestling and feel good about yourself doing a physical activity, that doesn't inherently mean like, oh, okay, well, all, extreme traditional forms of masculinity are always good and will never be harmful. Ironically, wrestling, you're like rolling around in the dirt while holding other men and stuff, which in any other context would be viewed traditionally as not very masculine. When you're wearing like literal just like leggings, full body spandex, right? A romper, if I'm not mistaken, and you're rolling around with another man very closely. In any other context. Yeah, right, Sarah? I was featured in his commentary? Jesus Christ. Why? How? Why was I featured in his commentary? Replicant fish. You're kidding me. You're kidding, right? Let me see. You take one of your videos and they edit it for content? Are they allowed to do that? Why are red pillars? Replicant fish, you said? Oh, is it pH? Modern dating content. Gross. Oh my god. Oh my god, my face. That's so funny. Oh my god, red pill. Oh my god, guys. This is so funny. Wait, let me see if I can. They screenshotted me going like exactly what we were just talking about. Well, not if you're going to use terms like that. Sissy hypnoing. That's a crazy fucking term, Sergio. That's a crazy term. And it's not true. It's not true. I will say this, like, and I don't like this. I don't say this to be like to make it an insult or whatever, but like studies show that there is a level of like projection where people who are so fucking afraid of, well, men, especially men who are so afraid of concepts of femininity and concepts of, homosexuality and stuff, like, are often doing so because of an internal insecurity that they're like battling against. And it's literally like self-hate. And so, like, the study shows this. I don't like, because I know a lot of people don't like this. People are like, well, don't just call like homophobes like, homosexual, because that like confirms or reaffirms this idea that that's like an insult and stuff. It's not an insult. It's not an insult. But the data does show that people who are uncomfortable with their own sexuality are more likely to more viciously lash out at. Whoops, my live has been restricted for some audiences. Yeah, I shouldn't have used the S word. Then has his counter argument. Okay. He's red pill adjacent. Is that really the fucking... That's so fucking funny. Why? Wait, I kind of want to like open this up, but... Dun, 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 dun. Okay, how do we... Ba-da-da-dum. This is so funny. Oh my god! Fucking have a field day with this. What is this guy called? Replicant fish. I just took a screenshot because I'm gonna send it to some friends. That's not a thing, Sergio. Audio got quiet? Oh, you mean the background sound? That's my heater. It's a gas heater, so it kicks on and off. It was probably misinformation, Sergio. I mean, like, no one, and also, like, I hate to break it to you, if it were true, right? If it were true, and a bunch of 4chaners decided to be trolls and go out there and, like, somehow convince people that they are in fact trans, and it worked. Either those people were trans in the first place, but the people who are out there doing that to troll are in fact anti-trans trolls. You know what I mean? So that's not a reason to be afraid of trans people. That's kind of, I mean, it kind of proves my point, right? It's a better reason to be afraid of transphobic people. So transphobic people went around and convinced people that they are trans. Are those people maybe trans? I'm just trying to understand what the accusation is here. All right, let's see. God, I'm not really a reaction content person.
Men.
Top comment. So interesting to see someone thinking they made a point but missing the whole point. Oh, it's men feeling condescended to. Which is funny because that was my follow-up. They feel fucking condescended to when we peg them. People will do things with their existence. But Sergio. Okay, but Sergio, so okay, so you think that if it's beneficial for people to be a woman, then they'll be women, right? But at the same time, you're also telling me that a lot of men, you know, especially red pillars and stuff, red pillars think that women have it so easy, right? You guys keep saying that women have it easier than men in a lot of ways. So why aren't more men, like, why aren't all red pillars? Why isn't, like, Andrew Tate and Nick Fuentes, whatever? I don't fucking know who all these people are. Why aren't they all suddenly, like, transitioning to be women? People will do things if it serves their existence. If being a woman helps them, they'll do it. John. My point is, Sergio, you're saying, okay, if it helps people to become a woman, they'll do it. And so I'm saying, okay, but all these red pillars say that women have it so much easier than men. So if that were true, if it were that simple, why wouldn't all these red pillars be transitioning? Oh, God. These are some weird comments. This is interesting. This is some weird shit. Allow me to answer her question simply. Imagine walking in public and not one passerby looks you in the eye or acknowledges your existence intentionally every time. And you can say hi, but they'll ignore you, scoff, or walk away just for hi. I mean, most people, I walk down the street and most people don't say hi. What? Hi. Hi, hello. Weak-minded men on Discord who never go outside. They're attacking the vulnerable. Who's making them that vulnerable? Oh, thank you, Talk. Well, someone's trying to prove that the world apparently supposedly hates men because when they walk down the street, people don't say hi or ignore them when they say hi. But not one passerby looks you in the eye or acknowledges your existence. Okay, but that's true. That's true for women too. And in fact, the only time, like usually, most of the time, if I get acknowledged by a passerby, it's either it's because I have my dog with me and my dog's running up to people just to say hi, or because it's like some dude trying to be a fucking creep. So if this guy's running around, if that's what he's complaining about, he says, just for hi, you can say hi, but they'll ignore you, scoff, or walk away. So maybe, I mean, why are you saying hi to random ass fucking strangers that you're just passing on the street? Like, why do they owe you attention? Yeah. Some people want, like, he wouldn't feel that way in prison. Yeah, right? Exactly, Sarah. He's not alluding to dating, though. He's very specifically, imagine walking in public and not one passerby looks you in the eye or acknowledges your existence intentionally every time. And you can say hi, but they'll ignore you, scoff, or walk away just for hi. Who walks up to strangers, minding their own beeswax, and says hi and expects... Like, who is doing this? I'd love to know how many men he's walking up to and saying hi to. Firstly. Someone said I almost look like Rambo. Thanks. Oh, this is so fucking interesting. This whole bunch of men like really triggered by my content. Okay, but those trolls are men, Sergio, so you're proving my point again. Those trolls are men. So if men are feeling like shit, it's usually because of other men. So stop getting mad at women. Hi, Carrie. So, like, why is that? Hi, God. So, apparently some red pillar took my video and posted some thing about it on YouTube. And I'm reading through the comments right now. I haven't seen the video. I'm worried about, like, who's in here who saw it? Oh, no. I'm sorry, Carrie. A red pill. Do you know what red pill is? Yeah, I want to play, but I don't want to get in trouble on here because I'm not sure what this is like. Who made you feel that way? Society did. Okay, but society has been primarily shaped by men. Fucking missing the entire fucking point. And there's no world in which he said, the manosphere is our retreat from it, finding other men to talk about our IRL problems, and there's no world in which I want women in those spaces. Okay, so you're proving me entirely fucking correct. Oh, someone said rebuttal, B-U-D-L-E. Manodrome? No. Some guy called Replicant Fish. Someone just came on here and was like, are you talking about the Replicant Fish video? I was like, no, who the fuck is that? And they're like, oh, he used your content. I'm wearing contacts today, Nicholas. They are bullshit degrees. Oh, okay. One thing that the red pill gave me is the understanding that I'm not hated because of something I did or something I am or anything about me individually. I am hated simply because I'm a free-thinking heterosexual male human who has seen behind the curtain. Really? Topher? Because I'm getting the feeling that you suck as an individual. Even as a young man, which I am no longer, I always knew that I simply wasn't the marrying kind. As a tall, intelligent, charismatic, reasonably symmetrical, and athletic person, sure. I've never had a hard time attracting women. I just have a hard time liking them. Green sweater gets so much wrong. The red pill has freed us, not indoctrinate us. Got it. That's so funny. And someone is here like not understanding the research I pulled up. What do you fucking mean? Like he's like, there really isn't any statistical significance between the distance of the points. Okay, but if there isn't any statistical significance between the distance of the points, then why do men act as though there's a statistical significance between the difference between men getting college degrees and women? Because the difference in the research I pulled up is wider than the difference between how many men are getting college degrees and how many women are. Oh, boy. Well, yeah, I know. It's like, it's funny because, I mean, obviously they're comments, so it's like, I'm not going to respond to any of them because they're also not on my thing. But it's like, it kind of, the ones that are acting as though, I don't care about the like insults. That's fine. It's all the red pillers being like, red pill and maybe a man. Everyone hates me, blah, blah. Like literally all the original points that I made my video about. No surprise there. But then it's people being like, oh, the research is bunk because it doesn't have any statistical significance. Da, da, da. It's like, I kind of want to like fact check that and be like, okay, well, then why do you guys act as though that there's like a statistical significance between this number from this research? Like I just pulled up the rest of the numbers from that research that you guys always pull up. So okay, Sergio, once again, the data, your feelings on the matter don't really like change the fact that the data shows that hyper masculinity, like traditional masculinity and stuff, makes you more likely to become depressed and unalive yourself. Like more than 2 times as likely. The actual science shows that. The data shows that. It's not like, I know, I'm sure it makes you feel good. It's like, we all think that like, we all gravitate towards things that we think are helping us or we think are making us feel good, even if in the long run they harm us. And I'm just telling you, the data, the science shows long term, that shit just like puts you at higher risk for hating yourself. Right, and Sergio, I'm talking, fine, not hyper. I'm saying traditional masculinity, like rigid things, rigid ideas about masculinity. No one's saying that you can't adhere to traditional masculinity, but it's more just like adhering to it because you believe it to be better than what is viewed as like traditionally feminine. That harms you. That attitude harms you. Fear of femininity and like appearing feminine or like feeling or presenting like in any way, shape, or form in a feminine way, that harms you. And you are afraid of that because I'm seeing you in the comments like you are getting very defensive about this idea of femininity in men. And you're acting as though it's like this like boogeyman, right? And the research shows that no. The more comfortable you are with like not giving a shit about being like masculine, not saying that you can't be masculine, but the more comfortable, the less afraid you are of being not masculine, the better you are mentally. It's my last TikTok. See, Sergio, this is the thing. Like, no one's becoming a woman who doesn't want to become a woman. Yeah, but you also don't need to be a feminine presenting to be a feminist. Like, you don't have to be a feminine or effeminate man to be a feminist. You can still, like, have these traditional sort of signifiers of masculinity and still be a feminist. And it's not saying, it's just like, are you adhering to those standards because it has been like ingrained in you that the alternative is like scary or bad or negative or like not right? Which a lot of people are going to be like, oh no, not me. But like deep down, yeah, like there's insecurities. I see it in all types of men, right? There are insecurities with regards to feeling feminine in like certain ways. And that's what is like really, really harmful psychologically long term. Oh yeah, I think it's very, yes, Nas. I think it goes hand in hand. In fact, I've been thinking about that a lot, like, and I was thinking of maybe making a TikTok about that at some point, just because like to me it seems like red pill type content is doing to men and boys a lot of what our like body image shit did to women, especially in like the late 90s, early 2000s. It's not exactly the same, but there's like a lot of similar elements to it. And there's like, and I think also part of the reason like red pillars, they're part of the reason that we're like sort of, we're seeing a little bit of a return to that like kind of scary body image, like unattainable, you know, disordered eating sort of stuff, is because like, I think it serves, oh, thank you for the heart me. I think it like, it really serves men when, oh, sorry, thank you, God, thank you for the snowflake, Non, thank you for the rose. It really serves men, especially red pill type men, when women are primed to hate themselves. You know what I mean? I was thinking about this the other day. I was like, I forget what was running through my mind, but I just thought of this like, I just thought of this sentence like, oh, like, and I don't remember if it was like, because I was thinking about it for like a character or something, whatever. It was like, you know, the love of my life is me. That idea. The love of my life is me. And I was like wondering, I was like, is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? I'm not even saying that that's, you know, I was like, and I think that's a good thing. I was like, I think that's the ideal, right? Like, I was thinking about the question of like the love of my life, because I think that's what it is. I think I used the phrase love of my life with regards to Philippe. And I was like, that's weird, because I don't really believe in that as like a concept in general. Like, if we're really going to get practical about it, I don't believe in that. I think it's a nice phrase to use, but I think you can love many people. I think you should never be afraid of the finality of love. You know what I mean? Like, there shouldn't be this reinforcement of this fear of like you're only allowed to love one person ever. You know what I mean? Or like in your whole life. Because what if something happens, right? Like, what if your partner passes? Are you not allowed to have another love of your life? And like, what does that mean? Is it whatever? So I was thinking like, wait, what do you, Sergio, I don't know what it is you're trying to fucking prove by saying that like some 4chaners, some anti-trans 4chaners went out and brainwashed someone into transitioning. I don't even know if that's true. But even if it's true, what is your point about that? That anti-trans people are running around trying to weaponize transitioning? Yeah, that's, yes. I don't know, Tatus. But so anyway, so I was like, okay, well, it's like the love of my life, the love of my, and I was thinking of that, and I was like, the love of my life is me. As a sentence or as a concept, I was like, I think I like that. And I was like, but if people hear that, they're going to think it's selfish. But then I was like, but no, people shouldn't think of it as selfish. This is just what my fucking brain does. When I hear or say something that I'm like, oh, that's an interesting concept, it just kind of goes down this thing. So I was thinking about, you know, the love of my life is me. And I was like, no, you know what? But like, And I think it was like freshly coming off of the live stream when we were talking about how difficult it is to, I don't know, it was coming off of a bunch of things. And I was like, actually, that's like a position of power, right? If the love of your life is you, then it's not scary. Like, you don't get trapped into this idea of like, oh, you're only allowed to have this one love of your life. But also, you're reminded that like you should be prioritizing you. And that's okay, right? Like, absolutely, in a relationship, you prioritize your partner above everyone else and all this stuff. Yes. But you should never prioritize your relationship to an extent like over yourself in a way that like you are truly harming yourself. I'm not saying you should never be uncomfortable. I'm not saying that you should never give up what you want, or like have to compromise, nothing like that. But I'm saying like when you're talking about like like long-term prioritization, you need to prioritize your needs, your safety, your happiness long term. Being in a relationship for 40 years, if you're unhappy for 30 of those years, that's not a win. That's not a good thing. You should be the love of your life. And Sergio, I don't know what you're fucking arguing. You're saying like, what? You have no argument. I don't even know what you're arguing with me. What do you mean you have no argument, bro? Well, Sergio, because you keep kind of just repeating this thing and you're not making a fucking point. You're just like, what are you trying to fucking be or say? No, Sergio, you have been speaking on it, but like, what is your point? Anyway. But this world was built by men, Sergio. If you're vilified for being a man, you're being vilified for being a man by other men. So stop, The whole world doesn't make you feel. If the whole world makes you feel like that, that's like something that's wrong. Who wants you to be a woman? No one. See, you're just making shit up, dude. You're just making shit up, dude. No, we're definitely not talking about the same thing, Sergio. We're definitely not. We're absolutely not talking about the same thing. God, I lost my train of thought. Whatever. I was just rambling anyway. You should be the love of your life. Oh, and then yes, sorry. This was all coming around to like this whole like, so this whole, the whole like loving yourself thing. And that's when I connected it to, it took me, like, I am comfortable with the idea of being alone. Like, I vastly prefer being alone over being with like most men, because most men are exhausting. Most men don't bring enough to the equation for where it's like an actual improvement. And this was something I kind of was having a conversation with someone else like on Threads the other day. It was a man who's like, oh, okay, but the problem, like, we need to like solve the problem of like men being alone. And I was like, why? Like, is the problem that men are alone, or is the problem that men don't know how to be fulfilled when they are alone? Because that to me sounds like the real problem. And like, because if the problem is men are alone when they don't want to be alone, it's like, okay, well, then it's their job to become someone that other people want to be around. And if the big thing is like, yeah, but they want to have like, they want to get married, they want a woman, it's like, okay, fine. But again, they have to make themselves someone that is worth marrying, that someone else wants to marry. But also, if they don't get married, that's not like inherently worse than any other like goal that you don't attain, right? Like, people have dreams for their careers that don't always materialize. You can put in all the work, right? You can put in all the work for the career, and it can just not materialize the way you hoped it would or wanted it to or worked for it to do so, it sucks. You know, it's disappointing, but it's not, the world doesn't owe you that, you know? Yeah, right, Nas? Nice, Tatus. Yeah, loneliness is a problem, Halo, but the solution to loneliness isn't like the thing is they equate loneliness with like getting married, right? That's not the only solution to loneliness. There's a lot of solutions to loneliness. And it doesn't have to, and like no matter what, your loneliness shouldn't, like fixing or addressing your loneliness should never ever require someone else's involvement without their consent, right? And that's kind of what they want. What they don't like is that people can choose not to be around them or in their lives. And I'm not saying that that's why someone is alone all the time, right? Like I am alone, like a bunch of people moved away from the city and stuff for me. And like, you know, sometimes I'll sit and I'll think about it. I'm like, yeah, it's fucking lonely in the city. You know, I don't see the majority of my friends because we don't live in the same place anymore. And like, you know, I fell out of touch with a lot of like locals, especially during the pandemic. Yeah, and in some ways it's very lonely in that sense, but it's also like the solution isn't me walking into my neighbor's apartment and expecting my neighbor to like be cool with that. No one owes me their companionship. I'm not owed companionship at all, really. I believe we should. Yeah, dude. I believe in society showing up and being there for people. That's literally, I mean, socialism is like based on that, right? Like I believe in universal healthcare. I believe in taxes. I believe in I believe that we should all be like showing up for each other, at least on the very bare minimum, for sure. But I don't think, you know, but loneliness has many, many solutions to it. I have gotten better at being alone. And that is another solution to loneliness. I'm finding people online, right? That's like a big solution to loneliness. Right. Often they think getting married is a solution because of societal pressures. Right. But those societal pressures primarily often coming from these traditional roles that men are pushing on them. Gus is your solution. Yeah. God, are you in here? Yeah, that's another good point, Peter, right? Do you want to come up, God? Well, also, like, a lot of the loneliness is, like, here's the thing, right? Like, if we had more free time, if we were all paid better and worked fewer hours and we had more just like disposable income available to us, a lot of us would be able to spend more time just out and about socializing at things, right? Like it's the loneliness epidemic like is very, very much tied to our economic situations. The more hours we worked, the more tired we are at the end of the day, the less we can afford feeding ourselves, let alone going out and feeding ourselves, the more we're all just like going from work to home to work to home and like not interacting with other people. This isn't something that like women are going to solve for men in that sense. There's a male loneliness epidemic. I put it in air
I was
quotes.
unaware of it myself.
Oh, really? You should Google it. I put it in air quotes because it's kind of this like term being given for like these men being like, these men saying that they're lonely, but like a lot of it comes from this like red pill idea of like, why don't women want to be with me? Women suck. You know what I mean?
I guess. I don't. That's why that didn't come right up, and I don't really know. None of that fits me, so.
Right. Is that backed up by data? Yes and no, right? The data shows that younger people now are having like fewer or having less, relations, let's say, with each other than they were 10, 20, 30 years ago, right? There's like physical relations are on the decline. Relationships are on the decline. All that kind of stuff. But like it's a little bit, yeah, like whenever the like male loneliness epidemic gets brought up, it gets a lot of eye rolls, like for good fucking reason, for plenty of reason. Now, I'm not trying to say that like men aren't lonely and stuff.
Coffee!
I absolutely believe they are. Men get very destructive when they feel lonely, and that's in fact what's happening. But what wouldn't fit my narrative? The male loneliness epidemic? Except it isn't just it isn't just male loneliness. If physical relationships are on the decline and romantic relationships are on the decline, and then the loneliness epidemic is affecting both women and men. So it's not a male specific loneliness epidemic, right? Like if we're talking from a romantic angle, the loneliness epidemic would be affecting both of us equally, like both groups, or all groups, I should say, right? Yay, Nas.
Yeah, whenever I'm out in the world and scrolling on the internet, I think it's about even men and women both.
Yeah.
Seems to be.
Right, and so Tatus, yeah, I feel like it's more friends. And that's kind of the point I'm trying to get at next, right? Well, and have been trying to get at, where like a lot of times when they talk about the male loneliness epidemic, people use this very much to talk about this lens of like men aren't getting women and like all the women are abandoning men, and it's like that's what leads down this like a lot of this like red pill content, right? And this very much like men feeling entitled to women's attention and women's companionship and blah blah blah, right? But then what I keep, and my response like a few days ago was like, okay, well, but you're feeling more and more lonely and you're spending more and more time in these male specific spaces. So if you still feel lonely, it's because of the men you're surrounding yourself with. That's not women's issue to fix. If it's a friendship issue, then yeah, men probably gotta get better at being fucking friends to each other. You know what I mean? Yeah, Kevin, exactly. That's like the alpha male stuff. That's also like red pill is like another word for it and stuff.
I'm not even sure what we mean by lonely. Is that like,
yeah,
I haven't talked to anybody in a while and I would like to talk to another human, or
let's pull it up.
Tired of hanging out with myself? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what we're meaning here. I don't know that I get that. I've got a dog and stuff, so there's always somebody around.
Yeah, so men have fewer close friends than women. And the number of men who say they have no close friends has increased. Okay. So specifically, men are not hanging out with each other anymore, except that they're building these manosphere spaces. So as they are going and building these spaces, they're reporting increasing loneliness. So like, you know what I mean? Like whatever is happening there is not something that women are doing.
Yeah, it's got to be something people are doing to themselves.
Yeah.
Well,
men are less likely than women to seek mental health services, and they are more likely to terminate treatment early. Again, this is actually directly related to the TikTok I literally just posted like an hour or two ago about how men, the more traditional masculinity or like the, conformity to masculine norms is like leads to men having worse mental health, seeking treatment less, and unaliving themselves more. 2.4 times as much. So it's like this patriarchal and this hypermasculinity that is that's like this vicious cycle of these men, reaching out to each other, convincing each other, hey, be more hypermasculine. This is what it means. This is what it means. This is what it means. And then as a result, they are isolating themselves even further, and they are becoming shittier friends to each other. Okay, Dale, so it couldn't
more
possibly
sports
be...
they can play, and less sports they can watch, and more sports and things they can play together as a team.
Okay, so
instead of just watching other people
Dale,
on TV.
why don't you tell me what it is? Why don't you tell me what it is? Huh? What am I getting wrong about this? What am I getting wrong? Explain it to me. How is it women's fault that men are like have fewer close friends? Men who, by the way, like in these spaces, like red pills and stuff, like repeatedly say that women are for stupping and nothing else, right? The more you get into like traditional masculinity, the less women are seen as like friends. The more you get into territory where people say, no, men and women can't be friends. That men are only friends with women if they want to sleep with them. That is something, you don't even have to be red pilled to be in a part of society that genuinely believes that. That is a very typical attitude. Nobody with a brain says that. Okay, so pack it up, Dale. You fixed it. Yeah, pack it up, Dale. You proved me wrong. What do you mean? Have you ever seen When Harry Met Sally? That came out in the 80s, 87 was it? Or was it earlier than that? When Harry Met Sally. Do you know that fucking film? No, I'm using it as an example. Dale, you have yet to bring any evidence. I have been citing like statistics. I've pointed you towards a TikTok that literally I pull up a whole ass fucking study and I go through it. You give me evidence. You're saying like here you are like laughing, acting as though everything I'm saying is ridiculous, when I'm literally like pulling the actual information in here and we're discussing it. What am I getting wrong? What am I getting wrong? And the reason I bring up like When Harry Met Sally, you're saying like, oh, no one believes that. When I'm saying like a lot of men only view women or like are of the belief that like men and women can't be friends unless men want something from them. Like I'm saying that's not a rare belief. That's been a part of our mainstream popular culture for fucking decades. That idea. That is absolutely an idea that is like very prevalent. The entire epidemic that impacts a majority, thus reducing that. You're not saying anything, Dale. The entire epidemic that impacts a majority. What about the entire epidemic that impacts a majority? What about it? Thus reducing all men, which is very, again, you're not saying anything. Reducing all men to what? How is that anti-feminist? The line before I did. Oh, okay, so whatever you're saying, no, Dale, whatever you're saying, half your messages are getting filtered because they probably have like hate speech or some shit. You're done? Good. If you're going to sit here and you're going to just like act outraged at me pulling out data and commenting on it, you can go. Hi, Randy.
But when was the last time you went to one of your friends' house, Dale, and help them with some chores or hang out and whatnot? Don't you just go visit with your friends sometimes? Just show up? See what they got going on.
Hi, HW. Because we scared him away.
I don't know. I'm still kind of lost on the whole deal. I don't get it. That's what I do if I want to hang out with somebody, and once hours when people around here are awake, I just go to somebody's house and see what they're doing.
Yeah.
We're working on a truck. We're doing this. Sure, I'll help out. Let's turn this into a team effort.
Well, it's
There's always somebody doing something.
Who eats the bacon fat when it's all alone from the real bacon? The fuck? Inactivity?
No.
In my life? No.
Oh, did you miss a puzzle piece?
Yeah, apparently. I don't know why it thinks it's like inactivity just randomly. Well, that's the thing. It's like literally, I mean, and this is why I want to know, how is it when we're talking about the male loneliness epidemic, right? If we're talking about a decrease in romantic relationships, okay, well, that affects women too. So that's not a male specific thing. But if we're talking about friendships, specifically men are seeing this increase, this decrease, this larger decrease in close friendships. Not women. Women still have close friendships. So it's men. So how is this women's fault? Yeah. Please be respectful. Watch your language. Hi, Darude.
Hi, I'm Ryan. I just simply wanted to only address a component. Just go.
We just lost you.
We lost him.
We lost you, dude. If you swiped out of the app, we can't hear you.
Sorry, my bad.
Okay.
I can't swipe out. I'm not on a lot. I can't go to the outside of the app and speak at the same time, right? It just cuts out, correct?
Cuts out.
Okay, cool. So here, hold on. Let me just. I want to get that thing. It's. Okay, so it's psychology.com. It's an article that what it does is it goes on into the nuance of a trend that's been occurring over the past, I don't know, maybe like decade and a half regarding a schism where there is a bifurcation in the decreasing rates of sexual activity, romantic activity, dating activity, as well as marriage. But I think this focuses on the former, not the latter, between the sexes. So the rate that's going down in general for younger and younger generations, right? Mm-hmm. But however, the rate is going down at it's higher. It's going down more rapidly for men than women. So again, I'm only going to look at a narrow component. I'm not trying to answer everything here by any means. And I just want to come very data driven and neutrally and objectively. But I think what is a contributing factor and what comes up in this kind of under the whole umbrella, which is nuanced and complex of what's called the male loneliness epidemic, is just one specific narrow part has to do with the fact that less men are having sex, less men are dating, less men are in romantic relationships with the women. It isn't a 1-to-1 ratio. And if you go under that article, there's several others that have been done. One can find it if you
towards the actual research with those numbers.
Yeah, I can. But I got to go out of the app and then let me look at it, and what I can try to do is copy paste the title of it. If you put that in a search engine, it'll likely come up. Okay, 1 sec.
Yeah. So women are dating each other. Why don't men start dating each other?
No, it's women aren't dating. It's not that women are dating each other. Women are sharing men more and situation shipping it. So you'll have basically a larger group of women going after a smaller group of men and dating them, and then the dynamic becomes this problematic thing that I know people get really, annoyed at having to hear this stuff, but it's what the data is showing, and anecdotally, a lot of people experience that and have been there.
Right. But then, okay, but I guess when I hear romantic relationships, I think, yeah, that's why I want to see the research, because what do they call situationships? What most of us would call situationships romantic relationships? Or,
I believe I read something about this in Richard Dawkins' book about population dynamics. Like whenever a population gets so big, people stop reproducing so much.
Yeah.
And that happens with pretty much all the animals.
Well, it's also, I mean, and it like, I remember thinking about this because I learned this in school when I was a kid, right? Like, oh, well, it's very typical when like there's overpopulation occurring within like a certain species or whatever. It's very typical for rates to slow or for them to start to die off and da-da-da. And it sounded like this magical thing that would happen, right? Like,
I just entered it in the chat.
I think it might have gotten filtered. If there's any word like the S word in it, it's probably getting filtered.
Oh, sexual? Okay, hold on. I'll do it with a character, no problem.
You might want to also just be careful with using the word up here. We already got age restricted.
Okay.
So it's possible that we're fine, but just .com. He's sending the title, Halo.
Did it come through the second time?
I'm not seeing it, no.
Nope, nothing new.
Can you just
.coms get? Hold on, let me.
Yeah,
someone said .coms.
Yeah,
get filtered.
.coms and they get filtered also.
Okay. Third time?
Nope. Just what's the title of the thing?
What?
Just let me know what the title is. And
How many SUL partners did men and women have in 2021? The website is datepsychology.
Yeah, I've got it. Cool.
Okay, cool. That's one. That's one of several that have come up where I see similar numbers. Well, one of the things it quotes is how I think it is 28% of men versus 18% of women have reported zero. But can we say the S word on here at all, or is that?
We got age restricted,
no.
So there's probably some.
Okay.
Probably like a little.
I'll say SUL. I'll say SUL.
Or just like relations is what I usually say, or physical. You know what I mean?
Sure. So have had those types of mating. I guess that I hope that word isn't filtered. Let's use my biology degree here and use my biology terms here. Anyway, yeah, we get it. So you just see the rates. I mean, the numbers they'll speak for themselves. It's it's just a part. I'm not saying that just explains everything. No, not at all. It's just one contributing factor. It's a dynamic that I've noticed not everyone is aware of when I have these conversations with all sorts of people, and that's it. That's kind of what I was just because you brought it up, so I thought, okay, here let's.
Also this year, just like this study. When looking at the last year, right? The study is from 2021, right? But when looking at the last year, fewer women had a single. Okay, more women than men have not had physical relations within the last year. So approximately 15% of men report having not had relations within the last year of 2021, while 22% of women had no relation, or partners. So men are still having more physical relations than women, according to this. Or maybe not more, but more men are having physical relations than women are, according to this. Partners by age, men and women, 18 to 25, right? So 42% 58.02% of women have had 0 partners between the ages of 18 to 25. 42% of women have had 0 partners. Only 23% of men have had 0 partners. Right? So when we look, and then 1 partner, 43% of women have had 1 partner. 60.8% of men have had 1 partner. Like,
I saw that the other way around. It says men are the 40 number and women are the 23 number.
Where I'm looking at, where's that? I'm looking at the. I can pull it up here if I need to. But I just don't want to bring up the S word if I can avoid it. This is the, it's near the top. So first there's the, just the numbers. It's the first, basically just chart. S partners by gender, ages 18 to 25. So it's that chart, that very first, color chart, 2021, S partners, ages 18 to 25.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he misread the whole thing. It happens.
It does.
No, I might have. I saw several. No, I very well might have misread it. You might be right.
It's not hard
this
to
was
do.
one of the few that I brought up because it was an easier title to read. So, I mean, there is a lot of different data out there. So, hey, it is what it is.
So yeah, I'm seeing. I mean, for the most part, women. Yeah, women have fewer partners than men. And yeah, so when you see, when it climbs up, if you go, because it's going by ages and stuff, and it makes sense that later on, the longer it goes, when you're saying 0 partners, 1 partner, women start having the 0 and single partner, or the single partner thing more, and men are far outpacing them on multiple partners, more and more. Men are outpacing women a lot, and so it says men and women ages 22 to 23 or to 30.
Yeah,
numbers of partners in the last 5 years.
The trend you're saying speaks to how more women will be with just a few amount of guys. Yeah. So just 5% of men will be getting a larger. Yeah. So that dynamic, there's a few different dynamics and trends here, right? And also it changes with age groups we look at. And also it depends on the time period we look at. So yeah, there's a few different dynamics playing out. I apologize if I flipped the concept earlier. I see it looks like I did on second read for that section there for 18 to 25-year-olds. I can't pull everything up right now. Unfortunately, I'm not on the computer right now, but
it's okay.
But no, good catch and correction there for sure.
Good. We fact check here, as we say. But yeah, thank you for bringing this up because, okay, well, there we go. Let's talk about this male loneliness epidemic. Men are having more physical relations than women are. So that's obvious. That can't be the issue, right? But what men do have fewer of are close friends. And so, again, not sure why this male loneliness epidemic is not. And by the way, I am not someone who believes that men and women can't be friends, or if without the man wanting something. I mean, I think if a man believes that, then you should not be his friend, because that clearly tells you that he will never view you as a person worthy of wanting anything from but relations, you know what I mean? If a man believes that, fucking believe him and like leave him. But I have friends of, you know, all genders. No problem. There's nothing like weird there. So I'm not someone who believes in that, but where's the close friends data? Let's see. Coming out of a once-in-a-generation global pandemic. So this is like... I also wonder, because, like, I have close friends. You know what I mean? Like, it says 1 in 7... Young women most likely to report losing touch with friends during the pandemic. Okay. So women were more likely to lose touch. And what I was going to say is, like, I wonder how much this is, like, yeah, men remained in regular contact and stuff. Because I was going to say, like, if you were to ask me, a woman, for, like, a survey like this, oh, do you have any close friends? I'd be like, yeah, I have close friends. But then if you were to ask me, how often do you see them? I'd be like, 2 or 3 times a year. And that's my closest friend that I probably see the most often. I have friends I haven't seen in years who I consider close friends. But, yeah. That also might be, I'm neurodivergent, so it might be different for me. But, you know.
I see close friends several times a week.
Oh, that's amazing.
Often too much, maybe.
Which one?
I see somebody driving up the driveway, and I'm like, should I turn off the lights and pretend I'm not home?
God. Does sound like fun. Well, no, that sounds like a problem I would
pretty
hate
much,
to have.
pretty much everybody I know around where I'm at, that's how it is.
Yeah.
People just randomly show up.
One more time. Speak up, son. The ginger? The junior. Who the fuck is the junior?
How is close friend defined?
That's
Yeah,
fine.
I'm reading through
You
this
mean the
thing.
spider lady? No, spider.
Let's see. Nearly 1/3 of the public say they have made a new friend in the past 1 to 4 years. So technically, too, you know, I'll say this. I feel like I have made new friends this year, but like online friends, which like men have been doing for fucking years. You know what I mean? Sorry, 1 second. Excuse me. Is Philippe in here? Hi, Philippe. Oh, nice, spooky. Maybe that's the advice we need to give to men. Go commit a crime together.
I like the symbol you have by your name.
Oh yeah, thanks.
How did you get that? How did you make that symbol?
Actually, I got my son to put it. He's better with computers and phones and stuff than I am, so he figured it out.
That's cool. I'm gonna have to look that
about
up.
going and getting it and then copying it or pasting it to somewhere, then you can paste it on your name.
Yeah, it's gotta be a special font. Yeah, that's the symbol, right?
I asked somebody else how they done it, and they explained it, but I couldn't figure it out, so I got my grown son to do it because he's good with computers and stuff.
Nice.
You don't think people online are close friends? Why is that? What makes a close friend, in your opinion, Naomi? Oh, spooky. Okay, but Naomi, so I have childhood friends, but they live in a different country as me. So our relationship is basically online. It's like effectively online 99% of the time. But you don't think online friends can be close friends? What determines how close someone can be. Knowing them on a deeper level. Okay, but see, Naomi, for me, deeper level is discussing like deeper thought, having deeper conversations, and being in person doesn't necessarily facilitate a deeper conversation. In fact, honestly, ironically, the having a screen in between you, having like a buffer, is actually makes it a lot easier for a lot of people to have deeper conversations. Ironically.
Yeah, that way if you say something too out there, you can just never come back. Easy peasy.
Well, okay, but Naomi, you can't bond with an online profile. Okay, fine. Naomi, your inability to view a person or understand that there's a full human behind a profile, that's you, right? But to like not believe that online friendships are close friendships, like as a blanket belief, when other people can, in fact, like view and understand there's a whole ass human behind a profile, like that's, you know what I mean? Like maybe you're incapable of having close online friends. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But like, don't apply that to everyone else. And I understand that, Naomi, when you say you need to see social cues and hear actual tones, I agree. There's a reason I have never like, online dated. Like I've signed up for the apps a few times in my life, and I've only ever gone on one date through one app, and it was only because I forgot to cancel it because my building was on fire. And that's it. And it's because similarly as you, like I can't look at a photo and be like, and just like just have like messaging whatever and just feel like I know that person closely, but like I'm on here, God and I spend hours hanging out like most nights now. I feel like, you know, I mean, we don't tell each other secrets and stuff, but I feel like God is a friend. He's a good friend.
Yeah, we're friends. We hang out quite a bit.
Yeah, we hang out quite a bit. Yeah.
JJ and the whole video gaming community over there on his channel, we're all pretty good friends. We message back and forth throughout the day and stuff.
Yeah.
About life things.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, internet friends, they're real friends too.
Yeah.
Where are we gonna go if TikTok gets banned in the US? That's gonna be so sad for me.
Yeah. Me too, dude. Find me.
Well,
on
you'll
the
have
other
to follow
apps,
Brenna's
please.
other apps, and then we'll all hang out in the comment section there. It'll be great.
Please find me on the other apps.
Yeah, Ethan's also not a stranger. We hang out with Ethan quite a bit. Hello Kitty quite a bit.
Yeah. Right, but Naomi, that's the thing. All your close friends know all your secrets. Some people's like I have online friends that know secrets that no one else in my life knows.
But y'all have secrets?
I know, right? Well, and that's kind of what I was saying earlier of like, for some people, it's actually easier to open up to someone when there's like that physical distance between you. You know what I mean? That actually, like, I would be willing to bet there's a hell of a lot more like vulnerability and like and sharing online in a lot of like relationships than there is in person, because people are terrified of sharing things face to face.
I'm just pretty boring, so I don't have any interesting secrets.
Yeah, I'm not saying everyone, Naomi, I don't know, I'm not saying everyone has to know about your childhood trauma, but I'm saying, again, some people will share their secrets with people online because it's easier for them to do so than to sit in front of someone and say it straight to their face. I'm sure you have experienced once or twice, you know, choosing to text someone something rather than say it to their face. I mean, maybe not, but I think a lot.
Yeah, I can speak to that. I was actually just in a pretty large chat here in TikTok earlier today, and it was a stream. We were talking about the topics of just a lot of the UFO sightings around, and people kind of were chiming in, and someone decided to kind of like talk about like a sighting that they had and how it affected them, and this and how they never really wanted to speak. about that before because we all know of the stigma, and they just kind of had the support because there were obviously people of like mind in the the live stream at the time. So she felt pretty comfortable doing it, and you could just kind of hear it in her voice. She was like, I don't know, happy that she could do that, I guess.
Yeah. Percentage of... Oh, okay. Women are slightly more likely than men are to report being satisfied with their number of friends. So 54% of women say they are completely or very satisfied compared to 48% of men.
I feel like those numbers should be higher for women, right?
No, well, because the thing is, like, the loneliness epidemic, I know we keep phrasing it as this, like, male exclusive thing, but it's like... I mean, I think it's probably male exclusive in a certain way in terms of, like, men, and this kind of speaks to the, like, very earlier sort of aspect we were talking about of, like, men, like, traditional masculinity, and men who, like, try to uphold and stick to traditional ideals of masculinity, are less, like, have, like, worse mental health and are more likely to, self-unalive or try to do so, and, like, a big part of that is the fact that they are much less able to report, like, psychological distress or, like, unhappiness, like depression issues, like loneliness.
Yeah. There's so, like, the reporting bias, or what right?
Yeah.
Isn't that the term?
Yeah. So there is, like, a level of, like... Well, and also the study shows that, like, yeah, when men are feeling blue, especially the more traditionally, traditional masculinity they, like, whatever, believe in, the more angry they tend to get. I mean, it really just describes everything that's going on. But...
Yeah, I mean, they'll internalize it. They don't know how to have an outlet as well. I mean, this is true. I mean, just in general, it's just like I mean, a lot of it's multifaceted. I mean, we don't have to go into everything, but yeah. I mean, these trends are true, and so it's one other thing that comes up is this from the backdrop.
And actually, let me also wait. Sorry, I just want to say this too. This is interesting, and this tracks with what I think is what I think is more likely is part of what's going on. Is there are notable racial and ethnic differences in feelings of satisfaction about the number of friends Americans have. Black and Hispanic Americans express greater feelings of satisfaction than white Americans do. Yeah, so 58% and 58% for Black Americans, 56% for Hispanic Americans report they are very or completely satisfied with how many friends they have. About half, 49% of white Americans say the same. So, yeah.
I think a legislative factor here is just simply, like, in this very can we say the C word, the capitalist word, unfettered, like, having to work for so many hours. Like, how does any human being, live a healthy, balanced life? It's like, why do we even call it a work-life balance? It should be a life-work balance, right? It's just work a corporate job, and or whatever you work, and you're working 40 to 60 hours or just to get by. To so many people, just how you have time for friends. That's what most people's situations are, and I think that's something affecting all of us. And so I don't know. There's a lot of divisive stuff out there that tend to try to focus on different things, but you have to look at nuance of data. So neither here nor there. But I think that everyone would be healthier if maybe we could only work about 25 hours a week and function. So there's some idealism.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we were saying earlier too, of, like, it's harder to make room to just spend social time when you are overwork, when you're spending more hours working, but then you're also getting paid less, like being able to afford less. So it's like it's harder to feed yourself, but it's also then harder to go out to eat or, go out to spend money on activities and stuff like that. Would society be able to function? Yeah, gee. There's no reason it wouldn't be able to. Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, just for some of the people, I don't know who were saying that in the chat. It's like, well, if there weren't unions back in the day, we wouldn't even have a 40-hour work week. So there's been progress socially to have a little bit of a balance for workers' rights. So if we were having this conversation 100 years ago, we wouldn't. And well, I mean, okay, if the tech existed and some things didn't happen, we'd be working weekends. Mm-hmm. So maybe there'll be social progress. Or it'll all just collapse. Or who knows? I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Brett, have you noticed like kind of just an uptick in just, I don't want to say just like rhetoric, but also I have like rhetoric, a lot of different, whether, IG, TikTok, just between men and women in general?
Rhetoric between
like
men
compared to
and women?
15 years ago on social media?
Well, 15 years ago, social media was a very, very different thing.
How about then, I guess a decade ago?
A decade ago. So a decade ago would have been peak Instagram, right?
It would have been just posting actual pictures on Instagram, period.
Yeah. I mean,
so compared to Facebook, where actual, discussions were at the time of them.
Ish. Because also Facebook, you got to remember, for the longest time, your news feed was just people you knew. You know what I mean? Like, it's not this whole sort of like
mid 2010s. There was a lot of accounts, but by then,
yeah, but it wasn't. You weren't commenting on these public news stories and interacting with strangers as much as you do now. Like, in the first several years of Facebook, it was like you had to be friends with someone and then they would appear in your feed. But it wasn't, you weren't really getting news and you weren't commenting.
I was one of those on it back in 2004.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. I was on it very early. Well,
yeah, I think
maybe?
I think I added the second month it existed in June of 2004.
Okay. Yeah. But so you remember, like, early on, the whole like news.
It was weird.
Well, it was different. It was just something else because we were coming off of like MySpace, which similarly, it was like you had your friends, you had to add people, and you weren't getting these like random. It wasn't just like a news feed, and you weren't commenting on things. Like this whole connection, like you still had to go to news websites to comment on articles, and it still drives me crazy now. It drives me so fucking crazy whenever I'm like on a news article and stuff and I want to see the discussion, like I want to see the comments or even maybe leave a comment, and I go down and they don't have a comment section because all the comment sections are basically on the social media that they then like share that on. So like it's a Facebook comment section, but that wasn't a thing for like the several years of Facebook's existence. I mean, I don't know, when did Facebook.
I mean, there were just the pages, I think, is what they were called at first. I recall
Yeah, they're
those being
pages.
rolled out on Facebook in the early 2010s, and then they just became more popular throughout the decade.
Yeah.
I'm not even on Facebook anymore. I think I deleted that account a few years back, but
Yeah.
I just use TikTok, IG, X, whatever.
Yeah. I still have a Facebook because I have like a bunch of like old people on there, but yeah, like and yeah, and I'll say, well, let's see. Okay, but you're asking like was there as much rhetoric between men and women? You mean like not between men and women, you mean like were they
I've just
talking
noticed
about
divisiveness. It seems like that there's just a lot of divisiveness that I just come across, and it just seems like there's just been an uptick. I mean, at least then maybe in the last few years, if you want to.
I mean, I'll say
make that
yes.
the range.
No, there was, but it was just going in the other direction. And because it was going in the other direction, it was perfectly normalized. You know what I mean? Like we grew up in a time of like, let's go back 20 years, right? Before social media. Monica Lewinsky. Like that was a discussion of like now the conversation around that would be very different than the conversation that was had in 1999. Do you remember that at all?
99? Yeah.
Monica Lewinsky.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was 99? I don't remember exactly the 98, 99? Okay.
I think the story broke in like 99 basically. Or like the whole impeachment. I think all the drama was like basically 99. But so that's like 20 what?
I was on AOL I think back then. Yeah, or AIM.
Oh, and we had what like chat boards back then, right? So it was like different, but like
Napster chat boards.
Yeah, Napster, man. But so there was the much less communication. Yeah, but okay, but if we're talking about rhetoric, right? Like it doesn't have to be social media. Social media is a tool and social media absolutely like heightens everything, but like just talking about rhetoric, 99 there was super divisive rhetoric, but it was mostly directed at women. Now if that whole Monica Lewinsky thing had like come out the way it did back then, now we would be talking about like how Bill Clinton was a fucking predator and took advantage.
Oh yeah,
of
I wholeheartedly agree.
22-year-old intern and it was
the totally
widest like power imbalance like in the fucking history of the world, you know, like but at that time, no, it was all about like Monica's a sleut. Monica's a, you know, horse. You know, Monica, and the whole thing about, and it wasn't just like it wasn't just like, oh, insulting her. She's like a homewrecker. She's doing this. She's doing that. It was also like making fun of Hillary for being in that like, oh, you can't even keep your man. You can't even do this. Like But like she was also, while being insulted and being told like, oh my God, that, you know, being humiliated, it was also like her responsibility to stand by her man. I mean, there's a fucking song about it, like, stand by your man. Like, that's what our culture has always been, right? And the divisiveness, it's like, well, we've always been pitting women against men, but, like, men always had the upper hand, and then women would always get blamed for it, and then ridiculed for it, and then also get pitted against each other for it, and then also the whole time expected to, like, just stand and smile and just, like, accept it. You know what I mean? But nowadays, if that were to happen, we would criticize Bill Clinton, and then these boys would be like, well, see, there's an attack on men. Everyone's coming after men. Everything's so divisive because, oh, it's all about how you hate men. And it's like, okay. And then, and the guy, you know, if there were a guy in Hillary's position, it would be, you know, now it's like they use the cuck word, you know what I mean? Like, and it's an insult, and they use that, and it's like, okay, but like women, like married women were always expected to literally be these like cucks, right? In reversed, but it was just like part of the thing, and it was just like, no, you accept it, you take it because you're a woman, you're da da da, and like,
yeah, it was a double standard.
Oh, it's a huge double standard, huge double standard, and so I don't know, like now, are things more divisive? Sure, but but also like in large part because like, okay, like we're literally just like looking at men and sort of like they're like expecting them to take responsibility for like, when a man behaves poorly, we're asking men to take responsibility for the men's actions, versus women being asked or expected to take responsibility for the men's actions. Like, that was the Monica Lewinsky thing. Yes, it takes two to tango. She was a fucking intern and 22, and he was the most powerful man in the world, okay? But we held her responsible for, like, his actions, and Hillary responsible for his actions. And now we talk about holding men responsible, and a lot of men act like the fucking world is ending, and that we're being divisive because we're doing that. I just don't. It's like I fucking
agree.
reject
It's a really fascinating time. The whole there's a lot of things going on. They're interesting, and it's it's a lot to navigate. And no, you're right. The points you're bringing up, you're right. You're like basically, yeah. It's going to be divisive when we try to make the playing field more even in this sense and another. And there's the vocalness and the receptiveness is again not as stilted, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's man.
Exactly,
I don't
Kevin,
have
right?
answers.
The most powerful man in the world could have just said no. Ironically, right, Kevin? He could have just said no. But I mean, and by the way, we're still seeing the double standard, right? Like, let's not act. Trump. The double standard still exists. Despite the fact that we've had the Me Too movement, that we are getting better at calling out men on their own behavior, their own predatory behavior and stuff. Like, there's still a double standard. Like, you still have Trump and all of his, and like, let's just talk about it in like a, relations terms, right? Like, not even touching on the felonies and stuff. In relations terms, it's like, you have all these people, I have all these people coming in all the time talking about like Kamala, like sleeping her way to the top and da-da-da-da. Cause like, she once had a consensual like fling with someone like 30 fucking years ago, like with someone who like eventually ended up being her. I don't even know what the fucking details are, right? But you have Trump, who is like repeatedly, he's like multiple times divorced, repeatedly caught cheating. He is credible. He's been found criminally, or not criminally, sorry, civilly liable for SA. There are additional credible accusations against him, like multiple women, and like all this crazy shit. You have like audio of him talking about grabbing women by the, hoo-ha, and none of that applies. But we're gonna act as though Kamala Harris is like the whore of Babylon, because she had like one consensual fucking relationship with someone 30 years ago that like eventually was a fucking super, like, you know what I mean? There's still that double standard still exists. And by the way, by saying that, I'm not saying like, oh, Kamala's the perfect fucking candidate by any means, but like that is a double standard. We can't, like, that has not gone away. And yet somehow now that we are finding some small ways of calling out men for, oh, bye, TZ. I'm sorry, TZ. I just saw you in there. Like, we're finding some small way of calling out men on occasion. We're acting as though there's this war on men. I just don't fucking see it, boys. I don't.
Yeah, I guess people just kind of fear change is a component there, and it's new territory. I think it'll acclimate. Things will cool down probably in just like a couple hundred years. It'll be fine.
If we make it to a couple hundred years. I mean, most of us won't. Also, like, yeah. I mean, yeah. If we're alive today, we're not making it a couple hundred years, but I don't know.
Let me throw this really fun topic out there. So I'm pretty far to the left. And when I go, I'm from. I think I even mentioned. I heard that you were from there too. I'm from Westchester originally, and I'm in the southeast now.
Mhm.
And so I go. I'm in a large city that's very blue. And I'll go out on dates occasionally, and I like to split. And I find that when I'm on dates with very progressive women who I match up with,
Mhm.
I've noticed that it's kind of no matter who asks out, although the onus is on one and the dynamic plays out as such with these expectations for the guy too. Not always, but let's just say 90% of the time. Not just with me personally, but like I think in general, that's most people's experience.
Mm-hmm.
And I just notice getting flack. It's like it counts against. And I don't this is one of those things where I just like I don't even know what to do with this anymore because it's it seems to contradict beliefs of equality, and I don't get this one, and I know I'm not alone on this one, and I'm not coming at from the angle of like, well, if you want it, you got to do that. No, I'm not coming from that. I'm coming from like I just don't understand the thought process.
So I can actually explain it to you, because I was kind of in your position too, right? Where I also like I hated that idea of like women expecting the men to pay. I do think that if you ask someone out, like you should be the one to pay and stuff, and that goes for like if a woman asks, in theory, I do believe that, unless whatever. At the same time, like me as a woman, I would usually like offer to split, right, if someone invited me out. But I do think, if you do the inviting, you do the buying, you do the paying. But I started seeing this thing that started coming out, like this attitude, this like idea of like women expecting men to pay, and in progressive circles too. And I was like, why is this happening? Until it was explained to me, and I actually kind of agree with this. Sorry. Someone basically was like, listen, if I get dolled up, if we're going like on a date, like not just a coffee date, right? Like if you ask me out to like a nice date, and I like go, I like shave my legs, or I get my, eyebrows threaded, whatever. I don't know. They like did like a cost breakdown, but even if you're not, cause like I'm not someone who like pays for maintenance, you know what I mean? Some women do, right? They get their nails done, they get their hair done, they get, their eyebrows done, all that stuff. That's a lot. That's several hundreds of dollars in order to look good. And it lasts, most of it lasts for a couple of weeks, but it's still like it's very expensive to be a woman. But as a woman, if I'm going on a date, for the most part, like I am going to spend a decent amount of time shaving my legs, shaving my armpits, like plucking, doing my own eyebrows, doing all the facial thing. And then my hair takes like, I do my hair now like once a week. Literally, I wash my hair once a week, and it's like hour and a half at least of a whole fucking process. But doing my makeup and stuff, all that like takes hours. That's hours of time and a lot of like expensive products, right? Like my makeup is expensive, and I'm not like someone who is spending crazy amounts. You know what I mean? Like other people's makeup is a lot more expensive. I do my own nails. I don't get my nails done. That still fucking adds up. It's expensive, and it's a lot of time. And so people, like, I think what happened at some point, women started doing the calculation of like, you know what? Like, yes, it's progressive to like split the bill, but also like when the conversation about the pink tax started coming up, I think women especially started conceptualizing the costs inherent to being a woman, and the additional costs for a woman that don't actually end up, that men don't end up like, having to pick up. And the calculation started shifting of like, okay, if you expect me to show up to a date wearing makeup, and like most men, sure, progressive men are going to be like, no, don't, like, of course not. Like, I like a girl with no makeup, da, da, da. And I don't know how much content you've seen showing that when men say that they love, no makeup on women, what they really men have no concept of how much makeup is on women's faces. Let's just put it that way, right? Like when you start like breaking it down, it's like most men want a woman to like show up like looking decently nice, and that requires a hell of a lot more effort than like a man showing up looking decently nice. I'm not saying that you don't have to put in effort, but it's like, you know, maybe you shave your face and put some cologne on, put on a fresh shirt.
Yeah, I don't wear that much makeup when I go out.
Right, exactly. And like, and you don't shave, I assume, all, you know, your legs, under your arms. Some women get waxed.
Not
very
often.
Painful, you know, very painful process. Some people get waxed or shave arms as well. Like there's a hell of a lot. There's a lot of work that goes into just being.
Yeah, I've heard this, and I've had a lot of open conversations with women about this, and I've heard that's exactly the same thing. And you're right, from a financial perspective, I get the logic and the calculation there. I think what happens is some guy, and again, I'm agnostic on this. I don't, I just at this point, I don't even drink alcohol. I haven't done that for a while. I do coffee dates or walks or whatever. Anyway, I'll just pay the thing and don't think about it. But it's I don't know. It's interesting to think conceptually. I think like what I hear a lot of guys, I see this stuff online. They go, oh, so what? We have to pay for like pre-date expenses. And you know what? Here's the thing. I'm not one of them, but there are dudes that buy expensive cologne and expensive clothing and do all sorts of stuff with their hair and things. And maybe for some of these people, the cost differential is only so much, and then they're offering to pay for transportation and drives and this and that. I'm just being the counter argument for the sake of it, because otherwise I'm just saying yes.
I will say, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to, because that's kind of why I say like, yeah, some guys will do more, but like for example, like a haircut for a guy, right? What's the most expensive haircut you ever heard a guy get?
Yeah, it's gonna be less. I mean, you're right, it's less.
Yeah, my haircut. My simple haircuts, trim and stuff, run me around $200. So I cut my own fucking hair now. You know what I mean? Like that's a simple one. And sure, I live in the city, so in other places it's gonna be less. But it's like there's nothing fancy, nothing crazy. That's a trim, and for men it's considerably less. You know, some men have expensive colognes. Okay, but for an expensive cologne, there's also an expensive perfume, right? So like for each thing that men have that can like add to the cost and stuff, women have the equivalent and more, right? There is still a lot more for women to do. And the thing is, like, again, in theory, right? In theory, we could say like, fine, if you don't, totally fair, like, you don't think that like you should subsidize that, whatever. But when women show up not giving a shit about what they look like at all, men get upset or men just don't date those women. You know what I mean? But like if a woman is like, they'll swipe right at, which one's yes and no? Left is no, right? And right is yes?
Yeah, left is no.
So they'll swipe left on women not wearing makeup in their photos, right? And not looking nice, not having their hair down and stuff. They'll swipe left. They'll swipe no on all those women. But if they swipe right on the women, you know, with makeup and stuff, and then that woman shows up without makeup on, they're going to be like, oh, she fucking lied to me. She catfished me and stuff. I've seen all of it. And I'm not saying every single man, but there's whatever. The other thing I do want to say.
Right. No, this is generally what happens. Yeah, you're totally right. It's like I said, I don't have the answers. I think it's a lot of people, they just try to find like someone more on their wavelength that kind of thinks similarly, and then it just works out, and they don't care. But the preponderance of what's happening isn't that, right? It's a preponderance of people running into those that are on different. I don't know. It's just. And then so much is projected onto it from past experiences, and it's just people stuff.
And this is something that I have not heard talked about. This isn't like a widespread thing, but this is part of what makes me think of it differently. And again, and this isn't like someone in the chat was like, oh, she's trying to like come up with any excuse she can to not pay for the date. Like I said at the beginning, like I have always believed, like, if I'm invited on a date, like I do think if you invite someone on a date, you should pay for the date. I will always offer to go to split. Well, now I have a boyfriend who like doesn't let me pay for shit, but you know, what often I would do, like when dating someone, if they paid for the first date, I would insist. I'd be like, okay, let me take you out, the next one. Or if like they paid for a round of drinks, I would pay for the next round of drinks and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, and I have always made an effort
I hear that
to
one a
do
lot.
that.
The thing is, with the offer the next one, most first dates don't lead to a second though. So that one's just kind of moot logic, because that makes sense if you already have rapport, like two friends or whoever have been together for a while.
Sure.
But in this instance, I'll just push back there and be like, yeah, but for first date, there's no, the second date is not even determined. But
sorry, I do want to address it. So the other thing, sorry, that was me just responding to comments accusing me of trying to come up with any reason to not pay. No, I'm saying that this is how I now understand it from the perspective of women, especially. I do see it as kind of progressive for women to be like, no, let's talk about the pink tax. Let's actually talk about all the costs and all the time it takes for women to arrive at this date versus men. So in that,
it is messed up, I would say. I mean, I could just, I'm not even, I can empathize and feel the frustration of like, why is women clothing so much more expensive than men? Like it doesn't, that's I think another unregulated capitalist thing. It's like these markets aren't regulated for, I don't know what it is, the price gouging or something. Because it's just like, just underwear and basic stuff is like so, maybe it's because they shop more and there's more competition. I don't know what it is. I don't understand that. It's not an interesting conversation.
I think it's, the more difficult you can make the standards to meet and the more specific, the more you can charge to meet those standards. You know what I mean? Like men can get away with considerably more in terms of like, or less rather, in terms of like slovenliness. I mean, that's not the right word, but like beauty standards are so hyper focused on women meeting all these things. It's a lot easier to like.
It's just higher demand, I guess. Basic, straightforward economics. There's just more demand.
You create a demand. You tell women that they have to look a certain way. They have to wear certain types of clothes. It has to be this, has to be that. And so, and you create this like economy based on those needs that you're kind of like socially conditioning into them, that you're doing that. There is a level of that social conditioning for men as well, but to a much lesser extent. I mean, this is like the classic thing of like all these American sitcoms. It's got like this like overweight, out of shape dude with like a fucking smoke show of a wife, and like this, like is this mismatch on our expectations of like what is the bare minimum attractiveness for a woman versus like a man. But aside from all of that,
Peter.
Wait, oh yeah, exactly, Peter Griffin. Yeah, Peter. But the other thing, and this is not part of the discourse, this is what I was gonna say, like, because you also said like, oh, and like the rides, paying for the rides or the transportation stuff. I will say I rarely would have, and I live in New York City, have had a date pay for my transportation. In fact, the only time, ironically, my now boyfriend, when he like, the first time we like hung, I mean, we've known each other for years before and we ran into each other and stuff, and he like you-upped me. And I was like, fine, I'll hang out with you if you like come pick me up in an Uber. You know what I mean? I was like, I'm not getting in an Uber like to, whatever. But like aside from that, I'm going to say one thing I realized a while back was like, it's expensive being a woman for safety reasons too, right? If I'm wearing heels, I can walk miles in heels, or at least I used to. Back when I wore heels more, I could walk fucking miles in heels without breaking a sweat, okay? I can run over subway grates. I can do anything in heels. However, from a safety perspective, right, like at a certain hour, I know it is unsafe for me to be walking around in heels. And I know that at a certain time, it becomes unsafe for everyone, men and women included, both. But I started realizing, like, at certain points in the evening, I had to pay for a car for a distance that I would walk otherwise, because I like walking and I walk long distances, that men did not have to make that choice for. You know what I mean? And, like, I would only be able to, like, skip paying for the car if I had a man to walk that like path with me. So like if I had a friend, if I was like going home from like some sort of shindig, if there was a guy who lived somewhere similar to me, like I would try to like just go home at the same time as them, just to have someone to walk with for safety reasons. But long term, I end up having to pay for a hell of a lot more cars and transportation that way. and like going to, and so, but then beyond that, aside from the costs and stuff, I also see the thing of like asking a woman there. Do you know the like basement? I think it's called the Basement Yard podcast. Those guys.
No.
They're great. They're like, I just Joey and Frankie, I think. I don't know. They're like two guys. They strike me as like Jersey guys. At one point they mentioned like living in Brooklyn, but I've just seen them come across my feed a few times, and they seem like a little bit like I don't know, like Jersey, like Italian American type, whatever dudes.
You gonna say the G word?
No, what's the G word?
Never mind. I'm allowed to say it because I'm Italian American, but I'm not going to say it on here. I don't know what gets censored. It's a slightly playfully pejorative word for my demographic. Anyway.
Okay, I have no idea what the G word is. My mom's Italian American, so technically I could say it too, I'm sure. But no, but like they're bro-y dudes. The reason I'm saying that is like just to get the vibe. They're not guys that I immediately would be like, they're progressive dudes. But they were talking about like, I just loved the way they like acknowledged this. They were like, can you imagine going on a date with a man? And the other one, Joey, I think was like, oh, absolutely fucking not. Absolutely not. And they just started laughing of like, yeah, no, like, what do you want me to get murdered? This, and I like that they understand when we are going on a first date or a second date, honestly, any date really, like women are most likely to end up unalived by their partner. But you're asking us to go meet up with a strange man, sure, in a public place, probably, hopefully, and, do the whole thing. Not only spend the hours getting ready, looking good, making ourselves even more enticing, delicious, not just for someone that we would ostensibly want to attract, but also someone who could also just be a dangerous person, right? And so we got to do all this thing. We got to do this, like, make the fucking decision of like, okay, I want this guy to want me even more, but also I have to understand that this man could be dangerous, and I'm trying to make a dangerous person want me even more. Like, that's a mind fuck. We don't think about it actively, but that is like part of.
No, you're right.
For women.
No, no. And this definitely comes up in conversations, and it's something that a lot of guys, they just don't think about, right? Because they have the luxury of not having to not that there are women that guys run into and things can go violent in the other direction, but it's significantly lower percentage, right, for sure. And yeah, people don't think about this. I try to just think of everything from each angle, and then I just realize, whoa. How do human beings even get together at all anymore? Is the conclusion I come to.
Right. Well, that's. But
here's the other counter argument I'm going to add into.
But I just wanted to reiterate so that people understand. People who are just stepping in now may understand what the kind of point is we're getting around to. Like, I think, okay, you're kind of asking me, and I know every guy's like, but I'm not like that. But I'm safe. And like the best way I can explain it is like, okay, but we have no idea if you're one of the bad ones, right? Okay, you're one of the good ones. You're one of the good ones. Great. We have no idea of knowing that. No idea of knowing that. You can tell it, like, you know what the bad ones say? That they're one of the good ones. No fucking way of knowing that, okay? So for us, you could just as easily be one of the bad ones as anyone else. So you want me to put my life at risk. You want me to, like, put in the time, put in the money, to look good for you, even if it's just cute, even if it's not dressed to the nines. You want me to look good for you. That's going to involve makeup, as you know, like, as we discussed, usually. Even if it didn't, even if it was just like the haircut that costs 4 times more than yours does, even if it's just that, even if it's just the clothes that cost 4 times more than yours do, even if it's all that, you want us to do that, put in all that effort, take the time out, and on top of all that, risk our fucking lives, take a very real chance on you. The least you could do is pay for the fucking dinner to get us to show up. You know what I mean? Because all things considered, things are not equal, really, when you view it that way. Like, And it's this is a contradiction in my head. I hear it, and I personally have still always insisted on like going Dutch or paying for, trying to pay my way, especially if I don't think I'm going to see the guy again. I will try very hard to like split the bill.
Another factor in the whole equation. So the amount of energy and time spent initiating conversation, trying to keep the attention from the guy's perspective of the woman, having to initiate getting the number if you're going to also communicate off the app. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. The energy spent, trying to just keep the, I don't know, just a lot of the times it's there's so much in maintaining the conversation, by the way. I just find the onus tends to be, let's be fair here, the onus tends to be more on the man with this one. I don't think it would be fair to assess the opposite. And
it's a different type
and then
of
also
onus,
finally
though.
asking out, doing the plan, and then planning it, and then the asking out. That's more time and energy than with a woman, all things considered. So I'm just saying a factor. I'm not saying, well, there's the reason. That's why. No, not at all. It's just another thing that factors in. And again, I'm just saying, like, I know this is how most guys think. They're going to think of all this stuff. A lot of women think about this stuff. Few people think about everything from both sides and look at the net. I'm not going to come up to a conclusion with the net.
I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree, and I'll be the first to acknowledge that too. Yeah, the onus is often on the guy for sure, and there is more energy in like picking the spot, making the plan and stuff. I think, and I've seen some interesting sort of like breakdowns on that, because like, yeah, on the surface I'm like, is that really fair? But then seeing like some explanation of like, well, and I don't know if this is what I'm thinking of, but just as one counterpoint to that, it's like, we know statistically speaking, once you're in a relationship with someone, with a guy usually, like it is far more likely
the women plans more is what you're going to say, right?
The women does more
so hold
of
on,
the
here's the thing I'm
emotional
saying.
labor.
But that is going, again, we don't know that's going to turn into a relationship. So you can't, I feel like future potential, you can't factor into an equation yet. Because we're already also factoring the past in. Because I've also heard women go, well, we have to carry the baby.
Hold on.
They go, we have to carry the baby. And like, what, you plan on having a kid with me on this first day?
You don't want future potential to factor in. That is the entire premise of dating. The entire premise of dating.
But it's a potentiality. It's a potential. And probability wise, it's not. So if you want to go, hold on, I'm just saying I mean this very lightly. Despite the tone in my voice. I like how about this? From a data science perspective, if I was actually going to calculate this like a formula, it would be like, okay, then if 1 in 17 dates are going to lead to a relationship, or whatever the number is, different for different people, right? Then it would be that fraction that should go towards it.
Go towards what?
Like, it should be a weighted amount. Like, so for instance, then
weighted amount
if
of
a
what?
woman gets
sorry
of the portion, I'm like not totally being serious here, but I'm like saying, if you really want to come up with a formula for weighing everything, and we're going to go, oh, well, that's the point. If the goal is for a long-term relationship, and if a woman is like, oh no, I know I want a long-term relationship, I want marriage, I want kids. If then they go with every date they go on with a guy, they go, let's just say that is all what that's going to determine. Now let's put all variables to the side, and let's just say that's everything that determines the cost of the date, just for the sake of isolating variables, right? And if we were to do that, well, then what would happen is every date the woman would get paid. So then she would get double paid, triple paid, quadruple paid for it every date she has.
But then you got to factor in, like, okay, the likelihood of the relationship. But then if the relationship pans out, you also got to look at the actual weight of what the woman ends up putting into the relationship. You know what I mean? Like, because it's not like
you're right. No, and then what we should do is take it even further. And how much wealth out of a divorce does a man lose versus a woman, right? I mean, if we're going to cackle all of it, okay, I'm not even being that serious about it, but also if you do want to factor in everything, men stand to lose more in a divorce than women statistically,
actually,
right?
No,
as far as financial resources.
Well, yeah, okay. Clarify financial resources. Firstly, I don't believe that's true. We'll look it up. But women are statistically more likely to lose their lives in a divorce. So.
What? Lose their lives in a divorce?
Statistically more likely to lose it. Yeah. The most dangerous time to
Well, you mean like they're going to have a divorce and then die of divorce?
No, as they're divorced. The most dangerous time for someone to leave their partner, a woman specifically to leave her partner, an abusive partner, The most dangerous time for her in an abusive situation is when she's leaving him. So divorce is one of the most dangerous time for women if they end up in an abusive relationship. And I know you're going to say, no, well, setting aside abuse. Okay. But we don't know. Like, again, this whole
No, that's not what I was going to say. I just have never heard that. But that's okay. Okay. So then we have to put a value on her life.
Also, women lose more financial opportunity during a marriage. Yeah. I mean, we can pull up all the actual financial shit if that's really the path you want to go down. I'm pretty sure, if men stand to lose more financially, usually, if that is in fact the case, it's because women were doing unpaid labor, within the home, usually, to result in that.
What do you think about this? I'm very, very, as is Bruce, is God on? I'm sorry, I don't know if you call him God. As in God's I don't know if we can say the word on here. So as in the symbol to the right of God. I'm on like a similar wavelength there. That's how far to the left I am, to the point of I've already spoken about anti-capitalism. I don't know, like what, to me it's just like even the idea of bringing the government into a relationship and having even marriage. I don't even get the point. I don't know. Like, what should we have it anymore, or should we just have monogamous relationships where people settle down and do their thing if they want that? Like, why even have that institution?
Sure. I mean, like, you're kind of preaching in the choir here, right? Where I feel like especially now that this country is moving more towards no-fault divorce, I'm sort of like, I mean, is it really all that necessary? The fact of the matter is that, like, yeah, actually, there's incredible benefits, just fucking bullshit bureaucratic benefits, right, to having the reason, for example, like, marriage equality was so important was because, like, gay, partners were unable to, make end-of-life decisions for their partners a lot of the time, or they were unable to, like, even be in hospital rooms with them. For, like, one example, that's an emotional one, right? But, like, there's also financial considerations. There are, unfortunately, our bureaucracy actually, in fact, does that marriage status, in fact, does
they really do
a lot of
stuff. You're right.
If we got rid of that, I agree. And I'm speaking as someone who's like, in the back of my mind, I'm like, yeah, there's probably going to be like certain benefit, like logistical and bureaucratic benefits to actually having that piece of paper and like keeping that in mind. But like in terms of like making it official or whatever, I personally, without those benefits, yeah, I fully believe don't fucking sign a document that the government has its hands on and can, control. In a developed nation, less so. Now that we are maybe eyeing a return to the ban of no-fault divorce in certain states, that's a lot fucking scarier. But I was raised by a woman who was married, but kept saying, like, don't get married. I was raised by a woman repeatedly telling me and my sister, don't get married. It's not worth it. So, and she would always say, like, she's like, find a partner, live with your partner, do whatever you want. Have a lifelong partner if you want. Don't get married. So, yeah, I get that. But 50% of marriages end in divorce, yes. But yeah, you had a no-fault divorce. There are 1,138 federal/legal protections provided by marriage. Are there really, Lauren? I should fact check that. But
what? How many? 1,138. TX 1138.
Federal protections. Oh, married couples have 1,138 federal rights, protections, and responsibilities such as Social Security benefits upon death, disability, or retirement of spouse, as well as benefits for minor children, family and medical leave protections to care for a new child or a sick or injured family member. Yeah. You're right.
It's the model. I don't remember reading a sociological article on this, but like it's because in the U.S. the nuclear family is so emphasized as opposed to like larger communal extended family models that have existed both in the past and across different cultures, like for both presently. And it just I think it I don't know. There's all sorts of motivations there.
Sorry, Halo.
Go ahead.
Halo wants to know what the reasoning. She was just like, I mean, just like the bureaucracy of like tying yourself to someone and like getting super entangled with someone in like in a way that can be very difficult to untangle, like way down the line. You know, she was like, don't, you know, just be fucking smart about, because, you know, yeah, you are very, very entangled with someone financially, logistically, and stuff. You know, but you can merge lives no matter, you know, whether or not you're married with someone. Yeah, the untangleability. Yeah. Sorry, keep going. Sorry. Darude.
Oh yeah, you know. Oh yeah. I should probably put my real name on here. I'm Ryan, but yeah. It's like, I mean, I feel like we just live in such antiquated times. So socially, there's like so much like advancing we have to do to overcome these like systems, because you know it keeps from more communal types of structures and homes and ways of living from occurring when all these benefits are, you know, attached to just there being like a nuclear family and pairing off, because it could look so many different ways that frankly are, I think, just more advanced, right? Am I wrong? Or
No, but, and I think also, I'm going to point out, like, most women I know, we have been joking for years. And yeah, it's joking, right? And like most women I know will end up married or at least coupled up for sure. But like, it's mostly women I know who we've always joked or talked about, like, all right, well, you know, it would be really cool if like a group of us just like ended up getting a house together or getting some land together and just like like living like communally, like raising our kids together and stuff.
yeah,
And like the men, we like literally the men have never come into play. It's always just like we have like, it's, I think, and I'm not like alone in that, right? Like I've seen reference to that, or I've heard other people kind of talk about that, other women and stuff. Like it's a very common sort of like fantasy thing of like, but I think, you know, if we're talking about this like loneliness epidemic and stuff, but also not just the loneliness epidemic, but just how different groups of people, like the types of relationships they have and stuff, women are building and are just in general better at, we are socialized to be better at building community with one another. And also just like as a result of being like having less privilege in a system, a lot of groups of people, you know, people of color in this country, and like, you know, just marginalized communities in this country, as well as women, like it is on many levels like a survival kind of mechanism to have to basically build more robust kind of community structures to help support you, while if the larger system does not support you as well. And so I think, yeah, like if we say like, oh, well, it's all antiquated, we got to move away from it and stuff, like, okay, yeah, that's very easy for what I assume to be a straight white man in America to say, right? Like the system was built by people like you to benefit people like you. It is currently mostly being upheld by people like you, violently so. And
wait, people like me?
I'm saying if my assumption is correct, I don't know if it is, if you're a straight white male.
No, well, I mean, I just kind of said like where my political and philosophical beliefs lie. I don't think I represent the common American male, though, right? I am a white straight male, but like
you're a common American.
But
male.
I mean, I'm not. I don't think like the average American at all or anything. I mean,
what? Just because you have one different like political belief that you would like for?
No, it's not one. It doesn't. It's okay. No, that's fine. That's fine.
You are like, you understand. I mean, we just had a whole conversation, right, where we were talking about like the date stuff, right? And like, despite giving you all these examples of like how much more women put on the line to show up to have dinner with you, like you're still like, and I know it's tongue in cheek, right? But I'm just saying it like sort of reflects the mentality on some level of you're like, well, okay, but like let's negotiate, you know, the likelihood of this turning into a relationship of like, you know, whatever. I mean, and I know you say you're a communist, that is inherently capitalistic, right? You're like, That's inherently fucking capitalist.
No, I said I prefaced each. Oh, come on. Give
I
me
know.
some credit
I'm
here.
saying
I
it's a
prefaced
thought.
each thing
I
with
know
saying
it's
I
a
was
thought
not being
experiment.
serious.
I know. But
I was
I'm
not being
saying,
serious. I said if we're
right?
if we're gonna do it,
Right.
let's
and
look
I'm
at that.
saying, right. And I'm just pointing that that's like, I'm not saying that, and like I said, I know it was a thought experiment, but I'm saying that still points to like how you approach certain things, like just mentally. But like, regardless of what your political beliefs are, you are, again, I assume I'm correct. You've not corrected me on this. A straight white man existing in a system built by straight white men, benefiting from a system that benefits straight white men, right? Even if your politics are different, that is true. That
I don't know. I this is where I think some divisiveness comes in though, because I feel like it benefits rich. It benefits the wealthy class more. I feel like we get divided a lot on different things. And hey, listen, it's not being dismissive of being like, no, what you're saying has no validity, like it's a zero-sum game. Well, of course what you're saying has validity to degrees or another. But I mean, let's like the bottom line for what our system benefits are the wealthy class and the rich. I mean, that's the most robust of all factors.
in some, yes, but that doesn't cancel the fact that you belong to a very, very privileged group. Like, what do you fucking mean? Yes, and like you're pushing back on this. And by the way, by doing so, you're kind of proving that you are very much just like every other straight white man in America. You know, politics be damned. You are even refusing to acknowledge the benefits that your privilege grants you. And you want me to believe that just because you're a communist, or you claim to be a communist, well, that completely changes you. That completely shifts your dynamic with everyone else. Okay,
no, I didn't say completely. You just said that I'm just like the people who put this in place.
Yeah, I said I was talking about straight white men, a system that benefits straight white men. So it was built it was a system built like people just like you.
But doesn't the content of one's character and belief, doesn't that count more for who a person actually is than things like their their sex and their skin color?
But I mean, hold on, in a humanist perspective here. Bro, stop. Okay, so I'm talking about the privileges you enjoy and how the system benefits you.
But you didn't say that earlier. You said
no. That's
but
exactly
what I said. One thing you said.
No. Let me finish. Darude, let me finish. I am speaking to the way you benefit from the system and the privileges you enjoy. That is exactly what I was saying. And now you're turning it into, but shouldn't the content of my character matter more? Well, I'm not talking about your character. I am talking about the privileges you enjoy regardless of your character.
And whether you know you have those privileges or realize you do or not.
No, I know I have privileges. I'm aware. I'm aware that I'm also part Hispanic too. I'm half Puerto Rican, but I'm aware that I do. I know. I'm not saying no to that. I think that when you said people like me did it, I just, if people like me had made the system, it would look very, very different. I'm very much for all equality as much as possible.
Well, no, but Darude,
and I'm also from a younger generation that by and large thinks very differently than from those who have upheld the system in place.
That's actually not true.
But anyway, I don't want to really argue and have contention here. I'm not looking for that.
No. I mean, you're presenting something. I'm gonna push back on it. So, number one, I know you are saying that your political beliefs define your similarities to people much more than any sort of privilege or existence in the system, right? Like you're like, well, you're so much different from straight white men in this country just because of your communist beliefs. You're like, that completely sets you apart. And I don't know why one, set of beliefs that like you yourself can't even put into practice, not because it's not your fault, right? Like, but you exist in a capitalist context, but you can't even put these beliefs into actual practice. And I'm supposed to entirely view you as like a completely separate, type of person than all the other people that you share a lot of similarities with. And by the way, I just want to point out, okay, but you're totally different than the people who have historically like upheld the system. Okay, but that's not true either. Like this country, I know this country, very capitalistic, absolutely. Never gone through like a proper communist or socialist phase or anything like that, for sure. However, there have been generations of people before you in larger numbers that like where during which communism was like a hell of a lot more popular, right? 1960s, 1970s, there was a lot of, anti-imperialist groups that were ascribing to Maoism and communism and were trying to build these things. And you know who those people are now? They're fucking boomers and they're literally in Congress. Those are the fucking people that are running our country right now. So people just like you, guys just like you, absolutely have upheld our country's systems in various different ways. But I just want to point out also that a lot of the new left, I don't know how much you know about like the late 60s, early 70s and what's, dubbed the new left, which is like the kind of coalition, not just coalition, just like the groups that were on the left that mostly were like these communist, anti-US imperialism groups, including the Black Panthers, including SDS, the Weathermen, all that kind of stuff. So the new left, famously fucking terrible on women's issues. Terrible. Mostly a bunch of straight white dudes fancying themselves communists who were running around ignoring the people, like arguing that they were fighting on behalf of, people of color. And even though, the actual people of color were begging them to stop with their bullshit, and literally like laughing and scoffing at the idea of like the women's liberation movement, laughing and scoffing at the idea of like LGBTQ rights, and very much upholding many pieces to the power structure that benefited them. It was mostly straight white dudes, many of which came from affluent families, but they consider themselves rebels. Okay? So like, just because you consider yourself a communist, and I'm fully believing you and taking you at your word on that, absolutely, that doesn't mean you do not very likely actively uphold like inequality and the existing systems and hierarchies that benefit you in other ways, and facets of your life. Just because they're boomers doesn't mean they subscribe to communist views. Correct. But you understand that I'm using like rhetorical fucking devices. Not every single boomer was a communist. Correct. No one is saying that that all straight white men are bad, Ethan. No one said that. No, it's okay.
I do my best to listen.
Spooky. But yeah. I mean, it's as simple as that. I know everyone wants to separate themselves from their privilege pack. Everyone's like really afraid of, and I get it. It's uncomfortable, right? Because you're like, I get it. I'm a white woman. People fucking hate white women for good reason. A lot of the time. Sometimes, sure, for probably less good reasons. Sometimes, but I fucking get it. I hate white women now. I'm at the point where, because of this election, I'm like, every white woman I see, I'm like, there's a slightly better chance that you are not on my side, on our side even, than you are. There's a higher likelihood that just because you look like me means that we are not at all aligned on what we think is important. And so I fucking get it. But Perez isn't white. Actually, Perez is just Spanish. It's Hispanic. Hispanic people can and often are white. America also has very odd understanding of ethnicity, race, culture, nationality, all that stuff. You guys tend to act like they're all the exact same thing. Uh-huh. I am a Perez and I am white. So you came in here and you said Perez, you're not white. I am white. I am both Perez and white. Perez. Okay, well, I'm not fucking Mexican, Miyamoto. I am white. I am literally European. I was born and raised in Europe, in Spain. That is a primarily white country. I'm not going to act like, you know. You guys want me. The funniest fucking thing is you're in here. The people who are arguing, who are like getting mad at me, arguing with me, trying to convince me that because I'm a Perez, I am non-white. It's because you want to be mad at me for saying like fuck white women, which I am. I am a white woman. I very much benefit from white privilege. Absolutely. Do I? I mean, I lack other privileges. I don't benefit from male privilege. I'm also an immigrant, but I'm also a citizen. So I have the benefits of having, citizen privilege. But also, do I sometimes get some fucking shitty assumptions about me because of my name, like in emails? Absolutely. But, I am white. So yeah, I can say fuck white women. I am a white woman. God, I mean, it's always the people who act as though you don't understand rhetorical fucking devices, like just generalizations, when all you do is speak in broad strokes. All of you, like, you know what I mean? It tends to be men who will comfortably speak about women all the time, like women do this, women do that, women do this, women do that. Until they're in a situation where all of a sudden they completely understand the concept of like, oh, not every single woman. Give me a fucking break. We all know how language works, and we all know how rhetorical devices work, and yeah, we generalize, and it's okay to do that. Especially when we're just like speaking, in general terms. My God.
I do have a couple of questions whenever things quieten down a little bit.
Yeah.
I Googled before. This is going way back, a way earlier conversation. I was under the impression that some people wear makeup because they want to. Mm-hmm. And certain, not to get all fixed up for date or whatever. And also, are people going on dates looking like thinking this is likely the person I'm going to marry and hang out with the rest of my life? Is that how this works?
I mean,
I'm just a little confused
I think,
here.
on that, like, here's what I think that we have grown up kind of a bit indoctrinated by, like, Disney rom-com propaganda. And it affects people, because some people do have those. I don't know what percentage of the population. It's not everyone, obviously. But some people kind of go into it thinking, hoping, right? At least hoping that.
That's so strange. And also the other thing.
Oh, wait, and yet, sorry, G, with that statement, you just generalized on what the effects that generalizing has. Not all generalization leads to stereotypes. You see what I'm saying? You understand the device perfectly. Sorry, keep going.
And also, wouldn't it be better if, like, you going on a new date to meet somebody new is to take a friend plus her or his boyfriend or girlfriend, kind of double date it first a few times at first? Make it a group gathering?
Good luck.
That would make more sense if they're not gonna get along with the friends you already have. They're not gonna fit in with your group. I don't see how that could work out very well.
Yeah.
I was never much of a dater or anything, so I don't know how that's supposed to work. But
I mean, I think
I would assume that would be better. A better plan, an ideal.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on the situation, right? And it depends on how you socialize, right? Like, Philippe didn't meet, like, my best fucking friend until, like, a year and a half into dating. Weirdly. because life has happened. She had a baby, right? She moved away. She had a baby, all that stuff. And she only recently met her, like, face to face. And, yeah. I think it depends. Yeah, it just depends on, like, how you socialize. Not everyone does everything, every single thing with their partner. You know what I mean? I hang out. Philippe and I each hang out with our friends a lot of the time, like, separately. You know what I mean? Like, he'll hang out with people on his own. I'll hang out with people on my own. We have like a handful of friends that we both know, but, like, we know them independently of each other. You know what I mean? So, like, we will both hang out with them, but, you know. But, I do think, as for, like, people showing up to a date thinking, like, this might be the love of my life, like, I will say, you know, in my 20s, hell yeah. Every time I met a guy that I liked enough to agree to put my life on the line to meet up with him in a strange fucking bar in the middle, you know, at night in the middle of a city in heels so I couldn't run away quickly, I was like, this could be the one. This could be it. Oh my God.
Yeah, well, that's when I thought about going all by yourself to meet a new
grandchildren. Yeah.
A new person. Whenever you were talking about in the hills and the the stuff, I was like, all by yourself. Why wouldn't you take some friends with you? It seems kind of risky for not much benefit.
It is, but also, like, I don't know, like, double date, because, you know, double dates. I don't know. I mean,
I kind of thought of it. The dating thing is like you already talked to this person several times before, and it's just like going to get some lunch with your buddy or your new possible friend or something. You want to go do this thing?
It totally depends on how you met the person and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I think with like online dating, with like the apps and stuff, everyone has a different approach to it. So some people will be like messaging for a while before agreeing to a date. Some people want to like date. A lot of men, like, I'm told, I read like horror stories about this and stuff. A lot of men, because of what you were saying earlier, Darude, where you're like, oh, it's a lot of effort to just talk to the women, like, will immediately be like, you know, if I guess we'll reach out and within the first two, you know, messages be like, okay, let's meet up, you know, let's go on a date here, you know? And women are more cautious, right? Women in general, like, the reason I've seen it kind of discussed, this isn't, you know, every single woman, but like the reason I'm aware of this is because I've seen it discussed online where women are like, why the fuck are men like jumping to like meeting up just after matching? Because women have to suss out the situation a lot more carefully, right? That's why it is more work for the guy. Also, when we talk about like the effort expended or like on the like pre-date thing, you know, on getting someone to agree to a date, like the effort that's expended is very different. And I just know this too because like a big part of the reason that I like have installed dating apps a few times on my phones and just always ended up uninstalling them is because for me it's like if I get on the dating app, within 24 hours my inbox has like over 100. It has like, it maxes out at the number of notifications, you know what I mean? And it maxes out at like 99 plus whatever, right? And a lot of that, by the way, is because men, and I know this because they talk about it online, will swipe right on everyone and they'll let women swipe left on them, right? But so then I will get, if I swipe, no, yeah, they swipe right on everyone, left is no. So I would get lots of swipe right. I would get notifications for people or like the list of like, oh, you have like people to look through or something, like hearts or likes to look through on Hinge, I think it was, you know, or you have matches or you have messages. And it's so fucking overwhelming. And I know men are like, well, that's like so much better than like messaging 20 people and not getting a response. And it's like, it is until it isn't. It's a whole different type of fucking stress and energy. I don't think you can compare it. There's no like quantitative way of being like, this is better, this is worse, or like this is, you know, this is where it balances out. But I've shown, like, men have seen my apps when I had them and they got like overwhelmed and they're like, oh shit, like I didn't realize it was like this fucking shitty for women to have to just be on the apps. Like they always thought that where they were like sending out a ton of messages or a ton of swipes and only getting a couple of responses back, and they thought, well, dating on the apps is so easy for women, and they had never like stopped to consider what is it like on the other fucking receiving end. And it's not fun. It is not fun. So, you know, you want to talk about like, okay, men have to make up the whole plan. Okay, we have to sift through so much fucking shit on those apps. So
yeah, I'm
much.
aware of that. Oh, I've had this conversation with a lot of people and been shown it. Yeah, I mean, I'm someone who's aware of that. I've thought of that. Like I told you earlier, I try to do my best to think of from both ends. Oh, how about this? Let's not go quantitative anymore. Let's do another thought experiment. Mm-hmm. And this isn't just what I do, but like, what if a guy wants to see how much a woman likes him for him, and a better way, and one way to do it, or not money. Let's say the guy's really rich. Let's say he's really rich, mm-hmm. and a guy comes off as narcissistic, bragging too much, or whatever. He's like showing off this and showing off that, and I make this much, and I do this, right? That's it's a normal response to if someone's being braggadocious. Okay, mm-hmm. So they get this type of individual attracts a lot of women who maybe aren't the types that they want because, you know, maybe there's a focus on the money. Okay, so to mitigate that, what they do instead is they implement a system or an approach of splitting and seeing how the person reacts. Do you think that that's a fair thing to do, or do you think why isn't it, I guess, is just to throw it out there.
Okay, I'll say...
I'm going to agree with Brenna that whoever asked to go do the thing should be the one to pay every time. Yeah. If you want to go do the thing, it's your ideal. Surely you put the finances, thought about that. Yeah. Can I afford to do this thing?
But I will say,
you wouldn't ask somebody to take you to a movie and then expect them to pay for you to go to a movie. That's like asking somebody, will you pay for me to go watch this movie I want to go see?
Yeah.
Okay, so then
that wouldn't seem very friendly.
So then it's basically if you ask, you pay. That right? That's the bottom line.
Well, in theory, I will say though, in practice, like, because most times if I meet up with, like, if I were to meet up with someone that like I don't like know, you know what I mean, for like a date, like an early date, it would usually be like a coffee date. And coffee dates, in my experience, like 99.9% of the time you pay for your own fucking coffee. Because most coffee shops, at least here, you walk up to a counter and you like order and you get like all the like little coffee shops are like that. So as soon as you like arrive or whatever, in my experience, if you're doing a coffee date, almost every single fucking time you pay, like each person pays their own way. Now, if someone is like, hey, can I take you out to dinner? Yeah, to me, someone saying, can I take you out to dinner, ends up like, okay, you're taking me out to dinner. I'm always going to have enough money to pay for my half of the dinner, but like, if you're going to invite me out, yeah. You have on fire? No. But anyway, to answer your question, Darude, so you're saying, okay, there's one guy who's braggadocious because he has money and da-da-da, and brags about this, that, and that, and you're saying, okay, but he's attracting the wrong type of person, so he's going to instate this rule.
No. I was saying they don't do it. I'm sorry if I misspoke. I was saying so because if you show it off, it becomes off that way. So the step one, there's like a few parts to it. Step one, don't do any of that. Step two, in the same kind of coming from the same approach here, trying to achieve the same thing as not doing that, is also not just, I don't know, whatever, whether you want to ask to split ahead of time before you even meet up and say, hey, is that okay? Or just do it. And then if it's something that offends the woman.
But also, I don't know. So I don't know how splitting the bill somehow filters out, gold diggers is what you're getting at, right? I will say another thing. If you are the one if you invite me out on a date, another reason why the inviter is going to make the plan and stuff is because, at least in my mind, like, you're going to make a plan that is comfortable for you to afford, or at the very least is like in the realm of like what you're willing to spend on a first date, and I'm not going to judge it, right? Like, I've had first dates that are like fucking picnics. You know what I mean? Like a literal picnic. That's great. I fucking love it. You know, some of the best, honestly, the best date I've ever had with my boyfriend, he just cooked me dinner at home. He cooked me the most delicious fucking steak ever. And yeah, he paid for the steak, but like, it wasn't an expensive dinner that he had to take me out or anything like that. Like, in fact, our worst dinner, and it's relevant because it was like for my birthday last year, was almost exactly a year ago. Our worst fucking dinner ever that still comes up in like arguments, sort of, not really, but you know, has recently been a topic of discussion, is the most expensive dinner we went on. It's the worst fucking dinner ever. And because of us, like the food was good, I'm sure. I barely ate. But like, you know what I mean? Okay, so I don't know, going Dutch to me, that's what some guys are going to say. To me, like guys will be like, well, I'm trying to weed out the fucking gold diggers. Okay, sure. In my experience, guys with that attitude have the least to fucking dig for, personally, you know? But also, like, if you're afraid that she's gonna come after your money, like, just choose a fucking cheaper restaurant, you know what I mean? I also dated an extremely wealthy man once, and I thought it was, like, it made me uncomfortable that we would regularly go to restaurants where it was, like, a $400 bottle of wine. Regularly. And I didn't like the food was amazing and stuff, but I felt like I was like, don't do this for me, please. Can we do something that's more on like my level, because I can happily pay for the meal and stuff, and but he'd be like, no, like we do this because this is the only kind of eat. Like I'm not gonna eat shitty food that costs a reasonable amount. You know what I mean? Obviously we're not dating anymore, but If you're afraid that people are like gold digging, pay for a cheaper restaurant. Don't go flinging around, you know, hundreds of dollars on a single meal. So many anti-gold digger people are regular class people. That's the fucking irony, right? Like there's so many contradictions with like these guys. It's usually guys who are like so anti-gold digger. Often it's so ironic. They don't have a very good job, if they have a job at all. You know, it's kind of a meme online. I don't know how much this is discussed. I'm sure it's not discussed on, like, male communities, you know, all that much. But among women, it's kind of laughed at, of, like, all these guys who are running around accusing women of being gold diggers. Like, many of them still live at home with their parents. Or, like, many of them, like, you know, if you're digging for gold there, like, you're coming up empty. You know what I mean? That's not... The irony is... Yeah. Whatever.
So you have to make a certain amount of money to care about that?
To care about what?
What we're talking about?
Oh, gold diggers? Well, just be realistic. I mean, if you think someone is only with you for your money, then you
let's
best
not
have
use the
money.
term gold digger. Let's not use the term gold digger.
Okay,
let's not use the term gold digger. Let's just say, if a guy, no matter how much he makes or poor or rich he is, wants to date a woman, and where the woman isn't factoring in money and how they are attracted to him as a person, is it okay for a guy to want that and his behaviors and actions on a first date to reflect that?
So the person isn't factoring in their attraction, or what? Sorry, be more precise. I don't know what you're saying. Is it
not factoring in money to the attraction equation? Is it okay for a guy to set a boundary, like a healthy boundary, or is setting that boundary and intrinsically unhealthy?
No, you can set a boundary, but no one has to go on a date with you if you set a boundary that they don't.
No, I know they don't. I don't know what's the boundary
for you. The boundary for you is going Dutch, right?
It's just splitting no matter what the context, and understanding that there's hold on, let me finish, please. And understanding that the onus is on men to ask out, because that's just socially how things are. And if guys don't ask out, the preponderance of women wait. Now, do women ask out? Of course. Is the ratio the same? Not even close. Maybe 9-1. So, you know, that's not completely off. It's certainly not 50-50, women asking out men and men asking out women.
Yeah.
So I've had women tell me this exact same thing. When I ask a lot of women, like, how often, a lot of them go, maybe about 90%, 10%. That's what most of them say, something like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, I guess if guys want to say, okay, all right, let's just go by the gold rule of it's who asks out. Okay. So then guys stop asking out as much and then less dates happen. I don't know. Like I don't think that's just how anything's going to play out.
Okay. So, well, the first,
it just seems like a way of saying, well, the man should just pay with an extra step added of, well, let's just put a buffer in and be like, say, well, it's who asks out. But, oh, that's right. It's understood that men are going to ask out like 90-something% of the time. And women are going to wait to be asked out 90-something% of the time.
Okay, so firstly, once again, I'm sure, yes. Yeah, men are going to pay most of the time. But firstly, also, if you want women to ask out a higher percentage of the time, the first thing we got to fix in our culture is slut shaming. Our culture is built around this idea that women who go after men or go like are pursuers, even in the most subtle ways, I shouldn't have said that, are sleuths. So first we fix that. And I can assure you more and more women will do the asking out. Somehow, same-sex couples manage to go out on dates. Same-sex female couples manage to go out on dates. Okay? But then as for, again, so the expectation is that, like, men are going to pay, like, 90 whatever percent of the time. I would say for the first date, sure, yeah, probably. And I'm going to, once again, point to all the stuff we talked about before. Like, I'm going to spend over an hour in the shower having an everything shower, right? I'm going to spend over an hour on my hair. I'm probably going to spend over an hour or just about an hour like on my skincare, makeup, getting dressed, all that stuff. My clothes are going to be more expensive than yours. Likely, probably. Not every single time, but like whatever. I am taking a bigger risk to my life meeting up with a stranger in, somewhere else. I am, especially if it's dark out. I am taking a bigger risk in general because if we end up in a relationship, if everything goes great and we end up in a relationship, I am always going to be at bigger risk. I am every step of the way, I am in more danger than you are. Every fucking step of the way. So yeah, especially for that first date, you can give me something, you can entice me with a fucking meal. It's like and it's like such a small fucking thing, I think. In the grand scheme of things, as someone who believes in splitting, as someone who is a very, very much like a going Dutch kind of girl, a girl who will always offer to split the bill. Always. Like, yeah. Working class men consider if they will lose a house, children, etc. Okay, but roasted, you know what's more likely, right? That a woman ends up having to make sacrifices to her career, because it is much more likely for a woman to make sacrifices to her career to prioritize her marriage and family and husband's career. Much more likely. So at the end, so if in fact you do get married and have like a life together, whether or not there are kids, the woman, 9 times out of 10, she's going to be making all the sacrifices that are going to benefit him. If at the end of that you are like divorced, you're getting divorced and you're making like a different amount of money, but like, especially if there are kids, especially, and one of the parents is staying home or they're both working, but like one is a primary caregiver, which by the way, again, statistically, even when both parents have full-time jobs, statistically speaking, the woman will do the absolute fucking majority of the child rearing. All that, she's going to make she's the more likely person to have to take time off work if the kid is sick. She's the more likely person to have to give up career things because the kid needs something. Every step of the fucking way, yeah, statistically, you're going to end up with like numbers that say like, oh, men are more likely to lose out financially in the relationship. But no, stop viewing a married couple's money as just the money of the man. Stop fucking doing that. He didn't, if he is earning money while married, if she is earning money while married, and they have agreements on like who gets to make the career moves, who has to be the one taking care of the kids or whatever, the money is both of theirs. So the man is not losing money when he gets divorced. Their money that they share collectively, because they built a life together, and what she does has allowed him to make advancements in his career, their money together is getting split. It is getting divided. Again, Roasted, they don't lose shit. The shared assets, the money that they share, like what? Okay, how about this? You fucking start paying your wife for raising your kids. Fuck it, start paying her for doing anything around the house. You know what's crazy? If you actually priced out the labor that women do in marriages, unpaid labor that women do, if you priced out how much it would cost for someone to pay someone to do it, like, you could not fucking afford it. Women do so much unpaid labor in marriages. So just because they're bringing in less money or no money at all doesn't mean, like, his paycheck is her paycheck too. He doesn't lose money in divorce. He doesn't. That money is both of theirs. It is both of theirs. Stop thinking of it in turn. Like, it's such bullshit to think of it that way. Why the fuck did you get married? Just don't get married in the end. Don't get married. So every dollar you make can be your fucking money. But don't get married. Don't expect to have kids with anyone.
I think maybe the loneliness epidemic thing that's probably not real is because they're just not very good friends. Who would treat their friend like that? That's not being a very good friend at all. Of course, nobody would want to be your bestie if that's the kind of friend you are. So maybe some of you fellas should work on that.
Yeah. It's the children's money too. I hate when they weaponize child support as well. Yeah, also, yeah. And when men fucking bitch about paying child support to their wives and they act as, it's like, bro, no, that money is for the children that you fucking father. And also, if you're paying child support, more likely than not, you are not doing most of the child rearing yourself or child care yourself. It's also her kids. It's never his kids, right? He just pays for her kids. Yeah, that too. That too. Well, it's crazy for anyone to worry about gold digging. It is. It's crazy. Like, either you are earning money in a partnership or not. Stop thinking of it as your fucking money. Just stop. It is your family money. Whether your family is, looks like just you and your partner, or you and your partner with kids, or, maybe you and your partner and the, elderly parent that you have agreed together to, like, bring into the household and, like, take care of. It is, if you make money and you are part of a family, that money is the family's money. It's not your fucking money. You don't lose money when you get divorced. Thank you for the hanging lights, Gina. Very cool. Tater, thank you for the let him cook. Yeah, well, the court sees it shared. Well, and also, to be clear, Roasted, that it depends on the case of the money also, right? Like, for couples that keep finances a lot more separate, it's actually, during a divorce, they can separate assets in slightly different ways, depending on the jurisdiction, depending on the prenup, depending on, like, everything. But, yeah, if you share a life together, even if you have separate bank accounts, if you share a life together and, like, merge finances in all ways other than just, like, what, like, web page they're technically counted under, Financial disagreements are a leading cause for marital dissatisfaction. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. A leading cause. No, financial disagreements over finances, very much a very big cause in marital strife. Yeah. A leading cause. Well, it's because people aren't smart with money. It's also because different people think being smart with money, it means different things. You know? Well, but only insofar as like a working class family, you know, a wealthy family can survive life then easier than a working class family. It's not about the individual, a working class man versus a wealthy man.
Yeah, that would be more about the wealth gap there.
Yeah. I mean, offstage, yes and no. Thank you, Gina. Thank you for for the hanging lights.
Thank you, Gina. Sorry, I hadn't been saying much. This is all like not in my wheelhouse at all. I don't know anything about none of this.
Well, I hope you're not.
But thank you, Gina. I'm trying to listen and learn. I'm taking notes, actually.
51% of American households have credit card debt. That isn't smart. I mean, well, again, smart depending on what. I was told to to create credit card debt, you know, secured card debt in order to build my credit. Technically, that is pretty fucking smart. I don't have, you know, I pay off my credit card debt every month, but I still have it every once in a while, you know. Also, by the way, it's not smart. If you're in financial trouble because you are overworked and underpaid and you have to put an emergency cost like a fucking trip to the ER on a credit card, are you arguing that it's smarter to just not go to just die instead of, you know, going to the ER and paying for it with a credit card if that's what you have to do? Like, come on, get the fuck off your high horse. There's also like incredibly high percentage of credit card debt that like at least some of that credit card debt has gone towards groceries, if I remember correctly. It's been a while since I looked at those numbers, but there's like, when you look at credit card debt numbers and you look at like how people got that debt, there's like a not insignificant chunk of people who got groceries with some of that credit card debt.
Yeah,
you would assume,
and also
would you, G? Because
one of the biggest parts of credit card debt is the medical thing.
Yeah, medical costs are the number one reason people go bankrupt in America. I'm pretty sure.
That's what the study said.
They account for 40% of the filings last year, I guess, medical debt. Of bankruptcy, sorry. 40% of bankruptcies. Healthcare costs are number one cause of bankruptcy. Yeah. Healthcare costs are the number one cause of bankruptcy for American families. Okay. So.
That's right, Ethan. Lack of money is the root of all poverty. Lack of food is the problem with all starvation and hunger.
Mm-hmm. Why can't we raise wages, David? You say that like it's a foregone conclusion.
Can't or won't.
Generation X has the highest average debt at $9,255 average, followed by baby boomers, millennials, silent generation, and Generation Z. Mm-hmm. 14% of Americans missed credit card payment in 2023. 40% of Americans have been in credit card debt for over 5 years. 48% of Americans rely on credit cards to cover essential living expenses. See, yeah. We're not talking about shopaholics here. It's not about being smart. You know.
Yeah, that reminds me of that young guy that was talking about his finances before Biden's presidency. Also, I was going to bring up that minimum wage hasn't went up, but the price of things did go up, so he wasn't accounting for that either.
Child tax credits are not UBI. They're not a sort of UBI. Tax credits are not the same as UBI. UBI would actually be universal in the first place.
Yeah.
It's crazy that Gen X has that much more credit card debt. They're the ones who voted majority for Trump. That's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. We're gonna see a lot of fucking people.
I may be the only Gen X in the United States that's never had a credit card.
Good for you. 25K in credit card debt 20 years ago, supporting a family of 5, going to school after a layoff. I agree, G. You weren't being paid for kids, though, Halo. You were just getting, like, an advance on your tax return. That's it. That's all it was.
And kind of maybe a little incentive to encourage people to have more kids.
Well, yeah. I mean, but yeah. Everyone's freaking out. Birth rates are declining. Okay, make it easier and more affordable to have kids. No.
Kids are expensive.
Kids are fucking expensive.
Have you guys read about how in Japan there actually is a state sponsored mandatory matching system going on because the birth rates have gone so low? And not even just birth rates, not even just dating, even dating rates are so low.
I've heard about it, but I didn't look into it at all, so I don't know how much fact or what studies, who done them or nothing else.
Mandatory? No, the government is basically setting up government-run dating apps. They're not forcing.
Yeah, and trying to incentivize people to date more.
Yeah. They're not forcing people to get married to match up.
Oh, they're not there yet? Okay. What's the incentives? Because I remember that some of them being pretty high.
Let me see.
It's been a while since I read it. It was something like if you can have a kid, we'll give you X amount of money to buy a home or something. And it wasn't a small amount of money.
No, registration fee, 11,000 yen, which is $76.70, is for 2 years of use. So you have to pay $76 for 2 years. But the government basically verifies. ID and stuff.
Don't forget to rinse it out.
So perhaps just trying to make it safer.
Well, they're trying to encourage it, but I guess people feel that it's safer because it's like by the government who can just verify like IDs and stuff. They're just encouraging people. Also, like you would think that they have more of an incentive to actually ensure you find a date, whereas like most dating apps, they're not incentivized to make you find lasting love, really.
No, I'm sure if they're making money, they want you to keep coming back looking for.
Yeah.
Try again.
I'm not seeing this thing about the tax breaks, but in Japan. But also, I will say, married couples get tax breaks in the United States. You get tax breaks and tax incentives for buying your first time home, and so you know what I mean. Like you can write off a bunch of your like interest payments and stuff. Like the U.S. absolutely like incentivizes marriage and baby making. It's just that, you know, those incentives are not enough. They don't really make up for the insane cost of living in general. But it's, you know, to act as though like
they pretend it does though.
Yeah.
People like to pretend it makes up for all that, but it doesn't come close.
Yeah. But I do find it. Hey, excuse me. I do find it funny when people start acting as like, oh my God, you know, in communist China, they're paying people to have babies. It's like, are they? Or are they? Yeah. Are they issuing tax credits just like America?
Right. And I don't know what the abortion laws are in other countries like China, Japan, or nothing like that.
Yeah, kids are pricey. Oh, we're not saying that they're not helpful, Nicola. It's more just that, like, they're absolutely helpful, right? But it's more just that, like, they're not nearly helpful enough in the long run because of how expensive kids are. Oh, should we see that thing? Those should we watch the red pillars making fun of me?
Oh yeah, I didn't ever look at that. I was going to, and then I jumped on the
What's
box.
red pillars?
Do you know what red pill is?
Like from the Matrix?
Well, in the cultural context. It's like men, it's like a manosphere men thing. Red pilling, like, it's now used just casually to talk about sort of like right-wing dudes who think that they've woken up to the scam that is,
Oh, no, I'm
dating
naive.
and
I actually hadn't heard that phrase.
advice, stay away from red. Every turn, if you spend any time on YouTube, you will have people trying to lure you into red pill, you know, inceldom, but I would.
If it's right-wingish, I don't think it's... Yeah, I think I'll be good.
You'd be surprised. Very, very effective. You haven't heard that term? Really? Yeah, red pillars. So one of my posts where I was talking about how men are the ones... I made a TikTok basically saying, like, men are the ones making each other, like, lonely. Or, like, men are complaining about how they feel like the world hates them. And I was saying, like, if most of the media you ingest is by men, like, who's telling you that the world hates you if not other men? And so red pillars, I guess, got a hold of it, and so someone made some fucking 10-minute video, like, making fun of me just based on the comments. So I kind of want to see. The term was
so they created like an echo chamber sort of thing.
I definitely need to see that.
Yeah. I want to watch it. I was going to watch it on here. I don't know what he said. I want to be a little bit careful about what I play audio-wise on here, because who knows?
Yeah, if you didn't preview it already.
Yeah.
But if we're not gonna watch it on here, definitely give me a link or the name
Oh,
and
yeah, absolutely. I'll send you the link if you want
message me or something.
to take a look at it. Do you want to take a look at it and let me know if we can play it on here?
Yeah.
So look up, the username is Replicant Fish, Phish, on YouTube. And you'll see it. He used my face.
Oh, okay. Replicant Fish. I've never heard of them.
Yeah. I hadn't.
Since
Yeah,
I didn't charge
the way they are now.
I didn't charge my other device still. I'm gonna jump out of the box. I'll go look at that and
okay.
see what we think about that.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Thank you, God. Thank you for being our advanced team. This is so funny. All he does is like take screenshots of women. This is so funny. What's cool is that like a lot of these videos, he has photos of like multiple women and I'm special and it's just me on one video. Yeah, it's not a Fight Club reference. It's a Matrix reference where he's like, if you take the red pill, you wake up, you see the whole thing. If you take the blue pill, you'll return back to life and forget everything, all this, da-da-da. So they refer to it as red pilling, as like, we're going to like reveal the secrets of life to you. And it's basically just misogyny. I know, but don't drive traffic to his page, damn. Can I see the YouTube transcript? I don't think so. Where do I see that? This is so funny. I can't wait to like post this on Instagram, like just a screenshot. I'm not gonna drive traffic to his page, but oh, I'm kind of honored. I have a feeling there. I know what a couple things are just based on the comments also. But I was going through the comments in here earlier because some of them say some weird, crazy shit that make me more confident that I am correct. Huff, I'd never thought of that. That's true. Ironically, they are anti-woke, despite being all about waking up to the machine. Ooh, I'm getting sleeper. This is good. I wanted to come on earlier so that I could go to sleep earlier. I got almost no sleep last night. Damn. Hi, Tiger. Well, we were just talking about some red pillar made some content about me. God is our advanced team. He's making sure we can watch it on here and not get banned for whatever they say on it. But my hope is we're going to watch it soon together. I think I've made it. I think when Red Pill Tube starts making. You think so, Tiger? I know, right, Tiger? I guess it upset them when I was like, boys are making boys sad. Oh my God, it is my fucking dream to be used in a Fox News segment. Every once in a while, I'll pull out a fucking crazy one. Just in the hopes. I was kind of hoping someone would like screen grab me. I think I might. I keep meaning to go back. I have to find the live streams. There's so many hours where we were talking about the the National Abortion League that I was a part of with my team, because it's a hobby of mine, getting abortions left and right. We made nationals this year. Ay. NARA. National Abortion. What was that supposed to stand for? Rights Action League. Oh, okay. That's like a real organization. No, I'm talking about a sports league. It's a made up thing. I was making up because people were talking about leftist women getting abortions for fun or whatever. And I was talking about like, yeah, it's my fucking hobby. I get as many abortions as I can. And my abortion team made nationals this year because we got so many abortions. But I just didn't have it to go pro. So, it's an amateur league. Death Race 2000, what is that? Correct, Echo. I'm not joking. I'm being entirely truthful. Competitive abortion. Competitive aborting. What booster am I on? Pro-abortion. Yeah. 27, Echo. I get a booster every time I get an abortion. Go tell Fox News. Boost portion. A boosttion. Abortion. No, that sounds like a Russian, like borscht, abortion. That's our team. That's our traditional team celebratory lunch. We all go get borscht afterwards. Borscht and eggs. We scramble our eggs just like we scrambled those whatchamacallits, embryos. It's soup. It's a beet soup. A borscht. Scrambled eggs. Good for you, Nicola. The whole reason. The funniest thing to me is that so many like anti-choicers are just anti-choicers because they know deep down someone should have aborted them. Like, that's it. And they're like, in a world where all is just and everything that should happen does, I should not be here. So what we got to do is prevent that from happening. I'm having God withdrawals too, right? Just remove your tubes, problem solved. No, because a lot of people want kids. They just want them at the right time for them. Also, by the way, it's very difficult to get a doctor to agree to give you, like, to tie your tubes. Or worse, they had a kid they shouldn't have had. Yeah, exactly. Nice, yeah, bro. Yeah, but much less, David. Like, women literally often have to get permission from their husbands still. Like, doctors demand. And often, even then, they will just refuse to and be like, no. No, because, like, you don't have enough kids yet, or you don't have kids yet and you might want them. And even if the woman is like, no, I know for my entire fucking life, I do not want kids. They're like, well, no, you still might. It's a whole thing. Also, vasectomies are more often reversible than tubal ligations and stuff. Not always reversible, but often. Vasectomies are reversible. Also, they're like an outpatient procedure. You go in that day, whatever. Tubal ligation is a fucking involved surgery. And also, depending on how, like, it can cause, like, long-term health effects. Is it really? National Cookie Day? I don't believe so, David. That's a good question. I don't believe they do. But some do. You know, the biases are not, like, even female doctors have anti-woman biases, it is shown. Even, like, women have biases as well. But it's less fun. Less fun for who? Vasectomy is like in and out, same day. It's outpatient. Tubes tied is like an actual fucking invasive procedure. It's inpatient. I'm getting sleepy. I'm gonna get a little mini cake thing. Excuse me. I guess I'll have vanilla on. So bright. And eat me. Oh, from Alice in Wonderland. It is, Gina. But I do have to put, like, curl cream in it. But, yeah, I don't use, like, heat. I don't, like, curl it or anything. I actually filmed, like, an explanation of my routine today. Because people keep asking me for one. I didn't, like, do the whole thing on camera. Because that sounds hellish. But I just like was like, this is what I do, and I lifted up the products and stuff. But thank you, Gina. Technically, well, it's the 4th here. December 4th. Yeah, Nicola. That makes sense. I mean, it's case by case, but there's also just like, yes, case by case, but also on average, women have a hell of a time getting it. You're stuck in the past, Naz. Stuck in the past. Join us in the future. Teasy, now you're saying borscht? You just got the borscht thing? That was going on for a while. How delayed is... Hold on. How delayed is Twitch? It is. Angel food cake is good. These are petit four. Oh, okay. More delayed than Twitch. I wonder what God has seen. Ugh. I'm getting sleepy. Picking a fight, is intersectionalism just identity politics? What do you mean? Well, it depends, right? If you're talking about... It depends on how you use the term identity politics. I'm in trouble?
Is that focusing on identity?
Well, it depends on who's saying it. Is it just identity politics? What do you mean by that? Well, yeah, I'm happy to. Yeah, let's engage in a bear poking session. Fine, that's fine. But I'm asking you to like specify happily. Like I say, I usually only take the bait when I want to. I'll take the bait. Let's do it. Let's do it. When you say, is it just identity politics? Get more specific. Well, because the thing is, the term identity politics gets thrown around a lot, right? I personally have a very specific understanding of what I view as identity politics. But I think that the term gets overused a lot. So it's just oppression Olympics. Well, funny enough, actually, I would argue that the point of intersectionalism is to combat oppression Olympics, right? Instead of saying like, oh, there's all these different sections and everyone, and you like take each into account totally separately and compare them, like who has it worse. No, intersectionality is about the idea that like, you know, different types of privileges and also just experiences are different, like circles, right? It's more like a giant series of Venn diagrams than it is. And I think it's trying to combat oppression Olympics, which comes more from, I mean, Olympics, stuff like that, that's like when you only conceive of stuff in like, in a hierarchical sense, right? Where you think it's a competition to be, you know, more oppressed than another, and or like you're losing if someone else is more oppressed than you, because then you don't get to claim to be more whatever. Like intersectionality is like no, everyone's got different thing. Like yeah, some people are more oppressed than others, okay, but that doesn't like put you above or below someone on like whatever. And it's just about like you got to recognize intersectionality, not just of oppression, but also intersectionality of your privilege. You know?
Yeah, that his video will be okay, except for at 11:43 he says one thing that might be an issue for TikTok. Other than that, it's good to play.
Okay.
Just mute him at 11:43 for about 2 seconds.
Okay. You might have to warn me.
He's not even saying the word. He's not even saying the word in a bad way. It's just TikTok would take it that way.
Oh, okay. No, I get it. I love poking bears. Sometimes I like to pretend to be a flat earther. I get it.
Have you watched the video yet?
No, I haven't.
Oh, basically he just said not all men.
Not all men.
That's not me. Not all. Not everybody's like that. It's just she's using a broad
Literally,
brush.
no one said all men. I literally said men in my comments. So, God, it's always so predictable, isn't it? Wait, let me see how I can pull this up. On here.
I will say he makes quality content. He's got a good voice for video making for sure.
Really?
For real.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Damn, too bad we lost him to
I really, not so much. I think mostly he was agreeing with you. I mean, I was watching it on, what was it, 5x speed or listening on 5x speed, but mostly he was agreeing.
Okay. I mean, his
With
comments seem
pretty
to
much
be
everything.
very red pilly. So.
Yeah, his comments were out of this world. they were off the charts here and there.
Oh damn! I was looking forward to a fucking fight. All right, sorry. One second, please. Excuse me.
He's got a really good accent, a really good voice though.
Really?
For making videos. I'll give him that. Yeah.
Okay.
What did I miss while I was gone? Somebody catch me up.
Spoke about birth control and vasectomies versus tube tying, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And what was more reversible and damaging. That's what I heard.
Yeah, the vasectomy is cheaper and more easily reversed and just easier. Yeah, it's all in the past. We won't worry about it. Can't hear you.
We kind of did discuss intersectionality and identity politics. We kind of already did that.
And I didn't watch any of his other videos, so I don't know if he's actually, what do they call it, red pilled or whatever.
He's red pill adjacent. Yeah, replicant fish, PHISH. Hold on, let me see. Oh,
He could have chosen a better picture of you, though. He didn't have to wait till a off moment like that. You know that was on purpose.
yeah, I was about to say, like, why do you think he did? God.
Yeah. Yeah, you know that was on purpose.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Unfortunately, I might get in trouble. I hope not. Here we go. you guys want to watch along, or should we just listen to it?
Yeah, probably just listen. There ain't really any video content there. It's mostly a verbal thing.
Okay.
He's got no charts to show or numbers or nothing like that.
Did you see me on the Young Turks? I don't know. Did you? If you did, send me that clip. I fucking love them. That'd be awesome. I was saying earlier, I would love for Fox News to take the bait and use one of my clips one day, but that would be even more fun.
Yeah, that would be out there.
I'm like debating if I should have it on here or not. Okay, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know if they like you showing the video. The audio, I'm sure, would be fine.
Ironically, when it's me, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I won't show it then. Oh well. Really, Andrew? We got to get you on Fox, man. We're about to watch Red Pill Adjacent. Apparently not full Red Pill. It took one of my videos and made a video about it. We're going to watch it. If you guys want to watch it, it's Replicant Fish, Phish. If you just look him up on YouTube, you'll find the video. You'll see the video. I kind of want to show you guys what it looks like on screen. Oh, it's so silly. Whatever.
Men feel the world.
Okay, this is the video. Can you guys hear that?
Men feel the world doesn't like them, doesn't like them.
I don't. I got no audio on it.
He's 26. So that's really what happened. So then,
Nope.
that's her.
Apparently, the other people can hear it though.
Oh my god, I really want to see. I want you guys to see this. This is already so funny. Wait. Oh, they can. You can hear it.
And I can't.
Fuck it. I'm going to risk it. I'm just going to show you guys. If I have to restart the live, that's fine. I'm sleepy anyway, so I really want to watch this with you guys. I already love it. Oh,
Yeah,
God.
you should get before anything goes awry, you should get a warning across the screen these days, hopefully.
Okay. TikTok, if you hear me, this is content about me. I should be able to, whatever, show it. I'm trying to how can I do this? I don't want it full screen.
What did I do, Nas?
There's a
Ungodly God.
Fuck. What am I doing? Here. Ay. Sorry, I'm not as good at OBS and as I should be. Fuck. And now it's not showing. Come on. Replicant fish. Oh, here we go. You know what I need? I need to do I've been thinking about this. I need to get a mini monitor so that I can just capture whatever's on that monitor and I can just toss things on there. You know what I mean? So that way it's I don't have to deal with this whole
Yeah.
each time there's a window I have to do crop in so you can see exactly what it is and all that kind of blah blah blah. Left, let's see.
And Nas, not everybody has that trick yet. It's still in the trial phases.
They say wait 1 or 2 minutes, go to your suit.
So it won't work for everybody yet.
God, how do you know that? How do you have that inside info?
I keep up with what's up to date.
But how? I mean, remove the clip from where? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, whenever most people get their live suspended, you don't get to keep the clip, right?
Yeah,
It's just gone forever. But for some people, they're doing a thing where you can keep it. It's just not on. It's not on this app, but you can still have it on your device.
Oh, okay.
And if you have your TikTok Studio, anyway.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Let's put this.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Where do you get? I'm curious your inside source for. I'm not like questioning the validity. I was just wondering literally where'd you read that from?
I talk to people who work for places.
Oh, okay.
All right, you guys see this, right? Sorry about the thing on the side. That's just because this is like, oh, from the laptop. Oh, that would be interesting if I just did capture screen, whatever. Talk to people from places. Yep. All right, you guys can see that, right? You gonna hear it? You gonna watch this with me? This is gonna be fun. I'm so excited. Oops. TikTok, please don't come after me, okay? This is a video about me. Are we ready? Are we ready? Let's do it. All right.
You're ready.
Men feel the world doesn't like them, doesn't like them. But is it true?
He's 26.
Could you throw the
That's really
captions
what
on there?
happened.
Closed captions.
Oh, closed captions.
Do you not hear the audio also, other guests? I'm sorry, I forgot your name.
Oh, it's Ryan. Yeah, no, I don't hear it either, dude.
You have to swipe. I think if you go like that, it'll like clear the screen. Also, please, guys, like and share the live, and maybe consider subscribing or donating to my channel. Sorry. We good? All right.
Men feel the world doesn't like them, doesn't like them. But is it true?
He's 26.
So what
That's
happened?
really what happened. So then, that's her
How old
name.
are you, Kim?
Tell her how old you is.
Kim, how old are you?
I'm 68. And her boyfriend 26.
How old is your boyfriend?
Ask Patricia. No.
How old is he?
26 years old. 26.
And what you say y'all did?
I just said we met in the middle. She hurried up. She hid.
Hold on, wait.
I said he's mature and I'm childlike, so we can meet in the middle. But I didn't put that on.
Okay, so a 68-year-old woman with a 26-year-old boyfriend.
Spicy.
And her family around the table are hating on her.
We met in the middle.
They met in the middle, okay? So it was an interesting middle. And that young man may have himself a high-valued woman. She may have a lot of money. He can get car-level birthday presents and gifts. Yeah. What's my point? Modern dating is changing. I think you may see a lot more of this.
We met in the middle.
And on one hand, can you blame young men? Just be careful, young man.
I just have to address this. I keep seeing these men in my comments and just, in general, talk about how the problem right now is that men feel that the world hates them, that they are made to feel worthless. And I have a question for you guys. If the majority, if not all the content you consume is male generated and manosphere content, who is making you feel that way?
Okay, I guess she thinks she's made some grand point. First of all, I'm not a pill, not any form of pill. I may be seen as manosphere to a degree because I make content for men. I hope you're focused and on your square. Though anyone can watch my videos, I don't care. But the point is, one of the biggest mistakes women on the internet did was poorly handle manosphere content. It was to attack more than to pay attention. Not even to listen, to even care. No, to fully understand. Every man that sought out, found, was swept up in, or became part of the manosphere and the various segments and parts of it was for various reasons, woman. There's no one solid reason. This is my point.
Did he just say woman? Did he just call me woman? Firstly, I am listening. I'm responding to actual comments on my videos and messages I'm receiving. And that's what I'm responding to. So I don't know why he's saying that we have to listen. I guess he wants us to listen but never respond. How am I supposed to respond, do you think? Internet woman. You know what I'm saying? All right.
Again, in the way women have handled manosphere content, men talking about their issues on the internet, they've handled it poorly. Now, yes, on one hand, we can understand a lot of dudes are crazy. They're very toxic. They jump out the window. I'm no one to talk because I'll jump the out the window. I don't. On one hand, I don't care. On another hand, this is entertainment.
I think you do care, sir. A lot. But if I'm handling it so poorly, I want to know what is the right way to handle it. It's a bit low. Turn it up. I want to know what he thinks is the right way to handle manosphere content. Messages, comments, messages I'm receiving.
Entertainment as well to a degree. As well as facts and topics and education, it's still entertainment. Come on. The point is, there are many reasons why a lot of men nowadays feel as if they're unwanted and hated. And there are so many reasons as to why. A lot of obvious reasons from society. A simple point, a lot of women do out-earn a lot of men nowadays. So a lot of men would struggle to find a woman.
A lot of women, but still the vast majority do not. Vast majority do not. That's okay.
That he could support. No. In fact, he may find a woman that could probably support him.
We met in the middle.
Yeah.
Is that a problem?
Yeah. That's why we see more of that emerging as well. To the point of some men just being dusties and just not really caring and would completely live under a woman. Yeah. That's emerging more as well because of certain adjustments in society. Yes, a lot of women earn more, but a lot of them can't find a man that earns more than them. And if they can, that man has the ability to be a dickhead. He can afford to run around with a lot of women because certain men have become more rare and sought out nowadays, become more sought after. Yeah. So from a financial standpoint, a lot of men do feel insignificant nowadays compared to a lot of women. Indeed.
But again, the vast majority of men are not out-earned by women. And definitely the vast majority, and the percentage of women that out-earn average men are not, dating, it's such a small percentage. The vast majority of men who are dating women are still out earning the women that they date. This is really not that big of a problem. I don't understand his point. It's look at the percentages.
But there's more. There's so much more. Even to understand why there are so many right-wing dudes nowadays, which a lot of the manosphere and the red pill and certain things, a lot of it is right-wing. Very far right-wing, racist, complete supremacy type stuff, yeah. Trash already, trash, those extremists. But what does help to fire those men up and create more of those men is the fact a lot of white men nowadays, white dudes, feel like everybody hates them. Feel like, everybody doesn't like us. They're trying to replace us. But they go to extremes with that. So the internet's filled with all this dumb, woke, and DEI nonsense now, which is just stupid. And any red pill person, any red pill man that ever uses woke as a weapon, when the red pill itself is to wake up, the Matrix is about waking up from the BS and the lies. So it's no, I'm not even doing that. I'm not even going to go down that frame of thought because I'm you're effing dumb. You're effing dumb. If you claim to be a red pill dude and use woke as an insult, no, that's fucking dumb. So we get where this woman's coming from, but there are so many layers to this. It's not all one-sided. It's not just...
He keeps talking about all these, so many reasons. So far, he's given us one. And yeah, Hoff, that's a great point. Just because they make money doesn't make them a catch. Which he kind of said too, but the way he put it was if they make that much money, much more money, they can be more of a dickhead. They can do whatever they want. It's well, yes and no, right? Yes and no. Okay.
One thing, every man isn't manosphere for the same exact reason. The manosphere isn't all right-wing racist dudes. The manosphere isn't all incel dudes that can't get women.
Never said any of those things. Never said any of those things.
The manosphere isn't all divorced men who are just drunk alcoholics.
Never said that either.
Now because their wife took everything. The manosphere isn't just boys. The manosphere isn't just
no one said any of these things.
Players. It's not just one type of man, which is where women like this go wrong.
We met in the middle.
Okay. Okay, so now, well, here's the premise. He is having an argument with a fucking wall. He's just made up, he has just created and crafted an argument out of words that I never even came close to saying. And now he's gonna like prove me wrong or something, I guess. Because none of that is anything of what I said. I'm specifically in this video addressing the men in my comments who I say, well, the men in my comments, and I say in general, and what I meant was like in comments in general. I'm just seeing it everywhere, and in my messages, saying, oh, men are all this. That's it. Okay.
And in general, the majority of women on the internet have completely gone wrong. And that's why I laugh in the...
Oh, okay. So first you're going to make up that I'm generalizing the entire manosphere, and then you're going to say the majority of women on the internet, you're going to actually... This dude does need a girlfriend.
Face of women claiming emotional intelligence. I'm like, no. Because I'm not a pill. I'm a relationship scientist.
A relationship scientist. Oh, boy.
Anthropology, the science of human beings. I'm actually fascinated with that.
What's it like to hold the hand of someone you love?
And I will always change and adapt with new information. I don't have no
Except you're not.
barriers. Now I just love the stuff, the interaction between men and women. So I get your point, woman, and the points you're going to make, but you and most other women make the mistake of thinking all men watch the content for the same reason. Nah.
None of this, once again, none of this is anything that I said.
You failed from the beginning.
Now, I know what you're going to say.
You're gonna say,
no. It's women who make me...
At least if you're going to dunk on me, dunk on me. Like, dunk on the like actual points I made.
Feel bad, and that's why I turn towards other men, right? But then 2 minutes later, you're going to say that there's a male loneliness epidemic, and you're gonna bemoan women not choosing to follow you into these spaces. You're gonna say that the manosphere is about finding companionship and community with other men, but you're also gonna say that you feel lonelier now than ever before. Who is making you feel that lonely? The manosphere is isolating you and making you feel bad about yourself, because that is the way it makes money and keeps you hooked. It makes you feel badly about yourself and then sells you a solution, but also makes you feel like you have to prove yourself to it. And you understand this concept very well, because this is what negging is. It wants you to seek its approval. The fact of the matter is, the world does not hate you. In fact, the world loves you. The world has been built by people just like you in order to benefit people just like you.
Okay, we get her points. And again, she's painting with a very... I don't know, it's a very astute brush. But then again, she's talking to the men in her comment section. So we'll take that into account. She's talking to a selection of men from her comment section, basically. She's clearly using a very thin brush. She's not covering all aspects of men. Completely not, no.
I'm not. I genuinely am addressing the men in my comment section. And keeping it simple. I cut out, this is embarrassing to admit, but I actually, when I filmed this, I went super deep dive on, God, which part was it? On the use of, which part did I cut out? I think it was on how they take advantage of if a woman makes you feel shitty, but I went super deep on, I basically went into the actual psychology of how an organization can keep you hooked with negative feelings and stuff. And I was using the actual psychology of, cults, yes, but I talked a little bit about about what we were talking about earlier, about the female standards of beauty and stuff kept women feeling like shit, which kept them basically working to achieve this unattainable goal, which then warps their minds and got them focusing more on this self-hate rather than that weakens them and makes them more susceptible to outside manipulation. But it was getting really fucking long, so I just cut that all out because I was like, no one cares.
Even to be insulting to her, obviously she's only going to see from the perspectives that she can see from. But indeed, a lot of what she said
Yes.
is true. Indeed, a lot of men just, the male loneliness epidemic it's a thing, but not as big as some people think it is, but it is a thing for a lot of men. For all men, no. Again, she's piling every man into one bracket.
I'm not saying all men. Stop. God, dude. That's so rude. That's just so rude. Argue with my points. Prove my points wrong. Don't. You guys know I hate this. You guys know I hate when someone acts as though I said something I didn't. It's so rude. Yeah, he does keep flip-flopping.
And that's actually dumb. We as men know we've...
Like, he keeps going back and forth where he's like, oh, well, I know he was like, at one point, he like acknowledged that she's just addressing men in her comments. And then he's turned that into like a sarcastic thing. And it's like, but I actually am. I'm genuinely addressing men in my comments.
We're from various different backgrounds and levels of experience. We know this.
As we should.
I'm looking for a man in coffin, dead now, passed on, face down.
Oh my God. Who is this woman?
His cash, mine.
But why wouldn't men feel as if the world hates them? And we're talking the majority of men here, not just white men who feel like they're trying to turn everybody black or a woman or trans, whatever. Not to be rude to anyone, but whatever, man. Everything's just danger nowadays. So my point is, there are a lot of men who kind of feel that they're not needed. They do feel as if they're hated. But why wouldn't they? How this woman has narrowed...
Wait, but now he's saying that the majority of women feel like they're hated. So he's painting with a broader brush than I am. Oh my God. I was saying, requirement for a good response video, respond to the things the person actually said. That's annoying. This whole time he's been acting as though I'm talking about all men. I'm talking specifically about men. And he just now said most men think that the world hates them. Make up your
the view
mind,
of men into this
dude.
one thing. Whereas women come on the internet every day and they just talk. And even men can say, feminist this, feminist that. But
I'm sorry. Do men not just come on the internet and just talk and talk and talk? What the fuck are the podcasts about?
Even men understand enough. All of these women aren't even full-blown feminists. Some of these women are just waffling on the internet. So from men's perspective, they just see...
I resent the accusation, sir.
Women generally talking, that's part of their general conversation. To cook men. These terrible men. Don't approach me. This and that. Men dusty.
Is his entire platform not just based on cooking women? If you look at when I looked him up, it's all screenshots of women on what I assume are response videos. How are you coming on here saying that like women are just, firstly that, it's just all these women are coming on the internet and talking like it's a women problem and they're just here to cook men. What are you doing?
Men, rich men that just use me, men that want to use me for
He
my
does
body.
eventually, I believe, say that he makes videos specifically for men at some point.
Okay.
Whatever.
But he's doing everything that he's like accusing women of doing. All women, again.
Yeah.
He's again painting with a much broader brush than I ever did. He's in here saying women come on the internet. Bro.
You've heard it.
I think there's both men and women on the internet.
I believe so. I believe you are right. I believe both men and women have some level of representation on the internet.
Hear it every single day. An excuse women use is, well, men are very dangerous for women. Thus, this is why women generally, for their general conversations, talk about how dangerous and bad men are. Okay, understood. Clarified.
Acknowledged.
However, the fact that a person like myself can encompass everything that these women are going through, can understand it,
Can you understand it? Are you just repeating what women say, or are you understanding it? Because I just repeated what men are saying to me. Does that mean I fully understand it, or are you spending this entire time telling me all the ways in which I don't understand it? Even though you just repeated what all women say, apparently, on the internet.
Cycle it and deliver it back. To understand enough to a degree, to get the points that these women are making, but to also completely see how they have no clear care or understanding for anything that men may think or go through.
Damn right.
None at all. It is sort of one-sided. And the point that this woman makes...
This whole thing is so fucking ironic. It's so fucking ironic. It's like he's describing himself
this
entire time.
Doesn't matter how intelligent she is or any woman is Every man can't be that guy. Every man can't be that guy. Male looks are so important nowadays, aren't they? This is why so many men talk about height and body type and facial structure. It's all important nowadays, isn't it? But of course, why wouldn't it be? Because if women earn enough to not need a man for their survival, they can just choose to date men based on what they want. So a lot of women can choose.
Is that bad?
Just date a hot, tall dude. Yeah, you see in their preferences and wants nowadays. So even though, yeah, it's extreme the way some content's made about all that type of stuff, because even I mention it as well, but I mention it in the way of understanding why it's important nowadays. But I understand why it's important. I understand why so many women talk about it and so many men complain about it, whether they're it or not it. It makes sense to a degree. But then again, everything's extreme nowadays. Everything. And my God, that was a lot of waffling, but I hope that was clear.
Claim you're being replaced, but you still make up the vast majority of leadership in the workforce, despite the fact that studies have shown that having a larger percentage of female representation and diversity actually benefits companies more. Only 10.4% of Fortune 500 CEOs are female. Only 7% of the S&P 500 CEOs are female. You talk about how men are getting fewer college degrees than women, which is true, but also makes female representation being as low as it is all the more confusing. Also, it never seemed to be that big of an issue when women were getting fewer college degrees, but suddenly it's a problem now? Sure, let's figure out why men are getting fewer four-year college degrees. If it's a problem, let's fix the problem. Well, as it turns out, the majority of people who don't get a bachelor's degree because they can't afford to are women. The majority of people who don't get a bachelor's degree because they have to work to help support their family are women. And yet, men make up the majority of people who don't get a four-year degree because they just don't feel like it. They also made up the majority of those who just, quote, didn't think they needed it, as well as those who just, quote, didn't consider it. So you're telling me that male-dominated and generated media is telling you not to go to college, so you don't, because you just don't wanna. But it's still women's fault for continuing to go because they don't listen to the media that is telling you that you're worthless.
Again, it seems like she's painting with a very thin brush because what she's saying sounds niche. I, as a content creator myself personally, and I've heard a lot of other dudes encourage men to get their education.
Has this guy never listened to Nick Fuentes? I had guys on the comment section of this video, but I guess that's not narrow enough for him. Come in and say, oh, so-and-so says not to get a college education. Oh, I watch so-and-so.
If and or get into a trade or something to make themselves financially stable as men. So again, I don't know where she's getting that from. I've never told men to be
Nick Fuentes.
Lazy, dusty bums that live under women. I don't encourage that at all. I talk about...
That's not what he says. He just says don't go to college. That's also not what I said. I didn't say men who don't go to college are going to be lazy, dusty bums.
Okay, the problematic part. The problematic part is coming up.
Okay.
Where he tells them, you go on and make that money, you...
What does he say
just
again?
skip over that. He calls them B words. Go on and make that that money, you glorious B words.
Oh, that might be okay, because I use that word all the time.
I'm just thinking it's aimed at a group of people, so it might be considered, hate speech. Gotcha. If the algorithm picks it up.
Okay. I understand why they exist more now, but I've never encouraged men to be that. I always encourage men to work hard. Do it for yourself. Work hard for your damn self. So again, that's the point that I'm making. She just described a very small amount of men. That's a very...
No, actually, once again, I never described men as being dusty, lazy bums, anything like that. Never did. I never equated not going to college to any of that. I never even said not going to college is like an inherently bad thing. Men in my comments have come in and used the fact that men are are getting fewer college educations or getting college educations at lower rates than women as evidence of how bad men have it now. And these are like manosphere, red pill dudes. It's like Nick Fuentes. And Nick Fuentes isn't the only one, but Nick Fuentes is one of the ones that was pointed out to me, is like going around saying, hey, don't, college is stupid, it's worthless, da-da-da. And yeah, so like, I don't think it's wrong. I kind of think college in the United States is a fucking scam. Absolutely. Go to college, get a degree, absolutely, but get it somewhere else. Don't get it in America if you can avoid it. And don't pay for like one of them fucking super expensive. I did, and it's stupid. It's bad. So I will never say that not getting a college degree is like makes you any of the things that he listed, to be clear. But men are coming to me and saying it's a problem, even though the reason the rates are lower is because men are actively choosing not to go, not because they can't afford it, not because, whatever. Oh, Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is the main person pushing anti-education messages. There you go.
Women also, their brains develop quicker, so they get in, they get accepted, they outperform men more easily.
Do they?
And it just caught up.
Do they?
Yeah, they do, like, just from developmental psychological standpoint, and they have lower rates of like ADHD. Anyway, they're just more focused, so they're just inherently, like, from a genetic and developmental standpoint,
No, but
better.
Is that reflected in, or is that one of the contributing factors to the whole college thing? 'Cause I haven't seen that.
No, it is. Yeah, it's definitely, there's a lot of data on that too. Yeah, absolutely. It's basically like, just patriarchally wise, like, it's women were more repressed and had traditional roles in the past, so it finally caught up to where inherently at any given point in the past, if it was more of an even playing field, women always would have gotten into college at a higher rate. And now we just have kind of reached it. Anyway,
Gotcha.
that's what I'm just adding. That's all.
I will say, though,
I'll only disagree with you on the ADHD part that you almost said.
That's looking into the data.
No, actually, no, because the data is changing now. Because we are realizing that the diagnostic criteria for ADHD is completely based on male symptoms. Speaking as a neurodivergent woman herself who did not get diagnosed until her mid-20s with ADHD, they are changing. They are realizing that all of our information on things like ADHD is completely based on male symptoms, which present completely differently in women. So now women are getting diagnosed at much higher rates. Eventually, we'll probably figure out that it's pretty equal across the board. But yeah, I wasn't gonna address it, but yeah. God, is there anything else you want to add to that?
No, that's the only thing I disagreed with there. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Same with autism.
Could have just used the word focusing then. Just they're less
Sure.
focused.
Yeah, but I will say also, autism is similar. We're realizing that autism presents completely differently in women as it does in boys. Women and girls are starting to get diagnosed at higher rates. But
there's definitely less because there's compensation more. I've read that too. One of my degrees is in psychology, but I've read some articles about they mask. I think the word is masking. They mask it better.
Yes,
is the term. Yeah, no, that's totally absolutely. Mm-hmm. So they're underdiagnosed.
Mm-hmm. All right. Wait, okay. Shit, sorry, we didn't hear the last few seconds. I preempted the muting.
Work hard for your damn self. So again, that's the point that I'm making. She just described a very small amount of men. That's a very narrow amount of men. A lot of you guys that listen to me make a lot of money. Yeah, make that money. Make that money, you bastards.
Oh, that
I say that with love, obviously. Make that money. Yeah, but all men do not fit that bracket. A lot of men do feel useless nowadays, and they feel as if there's no point in doing more.
It's fine as long as you didn't get a banner flying across the screen. We're good to go.
Okay, good. I did the live is age restricted because earlier I said heterosexuality and stuff. So.
Okay, so that gave us a little bit of a cushion on that anyway.
I hope so. He's saying that a lot of men are feeling like, what's the point in doing more? The irony is, I suspect he's going to wrap this up without realizing that a big reason why women are choosing not to date men at higher rates and are opting out of the fucking raising kids, all that stuff, is because they feel similarly what's the fucking point? What is the point in doing more? There is a net negative for women when they enter into relationships. On average, women who are married live shorter lives than women who are single. The opposite is true for men. Men literally benefit directly. Their lives last longer if they have a woman in their life. And women, their lives are shorter if they have a man in their life. That at a certain point, women who are in fact, yes, becoming more educated, just overall compared historically, not becoming more educated compared to men necessarily. Women are looking around, they're realizing the jobs suck, the pay sucks, and as it turns out, we're doing the vast majority of the labor in a relationship anyway. If we have kids, it's gonna all be left to us. we're also doing the working. We're also like the only ones who are, doing the emotional, like the vast majority of the emotional labor, all that kind of stuff, right? Like women are wising up to how much fucking work they do in relationships. And and they're getting to a point where they're like, why? Like, why should I do this? Especially when the fucking planet is dying, you know what I mean? And like, so all these things he's saying about men, they're getting to the point where they're feeling like, well, what even is the point? I suspect he's not going to give women that exact same grace when women have, again, a lot more piled up on them on like bullshit that they have to deal with, like work-wise or whatever.
I do more.
I would think that also women have more opportunities for employment now, something better than just being a housewife or whatever. I mean, come on, get out, let them get out there and do their thing, do what makes them happy, what's best for their lives. Mm-hmm. So they're less trapped now, so they're not forced into marriage just to have a better, happier, healthier, more money life or something.
Yeah, and they're also realizing
that's probably a big part of it.
That's definitely a big part of it. But it's not just having, it's those options, right? What they're realizing, not just that they have the options, but that the option that they've always been pushed towards is actually like not great for a woman. It's not a good deal.
Yeah, it's not a good deal.
It's not a good deal.
It was never a good deal.
Best case scenario, you live a shorter amount of time and it sucks a lot more the whole way through. That is what the data fucking shows. Literally, it's not. I'm not even trying to like insult. It's just the data literally shows happiness levels.
Yeah, I've seen the studies. It's true. Men benefit and live longer, but women live less. Don't children shorten lifespan too for like both though?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if it's for both, but yeah. But actually, and also studies show that for women with kids and stuff, if you like, even in like equal partnership homes or whatever, husbands add more stress to a woman's life than her children. Like a co-parent literally is a net negative in terms of exhaustion, which is not like, so not even are they helping, they're literally sucking more energy from women. This is like, if
the whole world were scientists and kept up with the data, we would just go extinct.
Oh, absolutely. Well, that's the thing. Women are becoming scientists and keeping up with the data.
Yeah, we're all becoming more informed. Yeah, so it's going in that direction.
Yep.
I don't know if we'd go extinct. Maybe live better lives. Everybody be treated
exaggerating, but yeah.
One can only hope. But yeah, it's a bad deal for women. It's a fucking bad deal. And that's kind of what the whole thing is. Women are like opting out more and more, and they're kind of just like, hey man, sweeten the deal for us. Sweeten the deal. That's all we're asking.
The nuclear family, especially in America, in the USA, that entire fairy tale, I mean, it's been completely demolished. Not that it's non-existent, no, but I mean, the ideal of it in this modern economy, really? So again, I get her point. But again, as a woman, she's painting with a very, very thin brush on a canvas that's 1/2 mile wide.
Spend all your time listening to other men and feeling terribly about yourself, but it's women's fault for not making you feel better about yourself, despite the fact that you wouldn't listen to them anyway. You then blame and take it out on women and don't understand why they don't want to welcome you into their spaces with open arms. By the way, it is incredibly ironic that so many of you found yourselves heading towards the side that claims to be about personal responsibility and bootstraps because you blame everyone else. Like, look around. Everyone out here is building community, not without missteps, not without pain or negative feelings. Everyone engages in antisocial behavior that then they have to work to correct in order to continue being a part of the communities they are trying.
And from her observation, all of it is pain and negative feelings. But then again, that's the point.
So the big chunk that I removed was talking about also pain and negative feelings. You as a psychological device, as an evolutionary device, basically, for social animals. I totally forgot. Basically, I was explaining the reason we feel pain is either physical pain, it alerts us to something wrong in the body, or emotional pain, it alerts us to something wrong in the herd, right? Someone is engaging in antisocial behaviors. Whether we're on the receiving end of it or often, we are sometimes the perpetrator. And that's how, we end up feeling pain, emotionally. And the reason we have this, our brains, we have evolved because as social animals, we need to identify problematic behaviors that will not allow us to continue and survive as a group. And that the pain like alerts us to that issue. So I basically kind of explained, that's okay. Like pain is a part of learning. You learn from that pain to like either make better decisions or whatever, and that's how like, you build community. You can either accept that pain is like a flag, or it's like an alert to say, hey, something here is not going to be helpful for the herd, for the group, or you can either you can either ignore it and it'll either fester, and more likely you will be like kicked out from the group, from the herd. If you keep causing pain to the herd is going to be like, this is not good. We're going to, kick you out. We're going to ostracize you. We're going to isolate you. Or you can acknowledge, you can say, oh, okay, there's pain. I need to we need to figure out why there's pain, and you need to adjust in order for the community to welcome you in and to build community with those other members. No community has to accept you if you harm it. I mean, no community has to accept you regardless, but like no community has to accept you if you and what you do is harmful to it. So if you engage in antisocial behaviors, you don't have to be included. In fact, it is better for the herd, for the community to ostracize you, to like expel you and exile you, than it is to accept you in and accept your antisocial behaviors. It just like literally evolutionarily, that is how we evolved as social animals. So this like thing where I said like the antisocial things, that's like a remnant of this whole sort of like explanation I went on. Literally I went into like brain chemistry on it, and I was like, this is a bit much.
Think you see, woman, but I'm sorry.
To help build. Your community, however, is just isolating you more.
And indeed, a lot of men do feel isolated nowadays. Yes. But a lot of men feel isolated because they feel as if no one understands them. And if so, they feel as if no one cares. So of course, a lot of men would seek those they can actually relate to. Yeah? How? A nice day.
I wish he had actually responded to my points that I was making. That would have been a lot more interesting, personally. I don't know. But what do you guys think?
Well, if he would have done that, I don't believe it would have been his style of video to do. Because I did scroll through the thumbnails and the titles. It looked like he's kind of got the same thing going on with each video.
Yeah. Well, that's
he's
why
like catering to a certain audience.
Absolutely. He's catering to, red pill adjacent is probably the best term for it. Still calling me woman. Yeah. Still just calling me woman. Okay, man. Okay. There we go. So. Hi. Well, that was fun. Thanks for checking that out for me. God.
No problem.
Yeah, I kind of wish I was looking forward to him actually reacting to like what I was saying. I don't like it when people like put words in my mouth, but also it's kind of lame. I don't have any like I don't have anything else to really respond. I feel like we broke down what he was incorrectly saying. Anyway, if you guys find any more things like that in the wild where I'm getting either shout outs or fact checks or something like that, please let me know. That was fun.
It is bound to happen if you make content on the internet. There's going to be people that do videos about it.
Yeah, exactly.
He does have a really good accent, though.
He does have a good
I'm glad somebody else noticed it. And a good voice. Speaks very clearly, easy to understand.
Yeah. He's trying to go viral. He wants to build his platform. Well, he has a much bigger platform than I do. So, by the way, find me on that one and all of these. This Friday, we find out if the the appeals court is gonna. Ooh, Democrats won the final House race after the Republican incumbent conceded in California's 13th district, giving the GOP a 220 to 215 advantage. Not bad, not bad. All right. His argument was everywhere. It's also it's so fucking funny. I know, right, Halo? I mean, it took a fucking minute. It's funny just because it's funny that he spent the whole time like accusing me of speaking more generally about all men, and then he literally started speaking about all women. Or at one point he said most women, which is a much broader brush than what I ever fucking used. Come on, dude. Let's have a real chat about like the people I'm actually like, referring to. Don't try to poke holes in my argument by acting as though I'm talking about people that I'm not talking about. God sees everything.
It could be interesting to get him to come over here for a like a little debate. That might be fun.
It could be, but I
invite him on.
I have a feeling that it's gonna be pivoting and sidestepping and misrepresenting. I mean, yeah. If he find
that's what this is.
The usual.
Yeah, it does. It seems he's clearly on TikTok. Otherwise, I don't know why he would have found me on here. But if you're out there, replicants, and you want to come up here and have a little debate, feel free. Maybe I'll cut out this chunk of the live. Let me actually flag this. Let me put a little stream marker. Although I might get flagged for copyright. If he fucking flags me for copyright, I'm gonna flag him right back. Yeah. Maybe I'll just cut out this whole response thing and just post that or something.
The copyright rules wouldn't apply because we were discussing his content. We weren't just replaying it.
It's important to foster an environment where everyone's contributions are judged fairly based on their logic, relevance, and impact rather than the personal characteristics. Yes. Sure. I was it is funny. It's interesting to see like how much more vitriol there is in his comments. Although that makes sense because like when I post on YouTube, I get just mostly MAGA in my comments. But I was definitely expecting someone who was like way more explicitly like red pilling or whatever. Yeah, the comments were way more like I was very much expecting something else. What was interesting, too, is, I mean, he kept referring to me as woman. The comments keep referring to me as green sweater. Green sweater. Green sweater. It's like, really? I mean, like, how, like, what a perfect example of objectification. Oh, I was wearing a green sweater in the video, so they just refer to me as the object that I'm wearing, an identifiable object that I'm wearing. Like, I mean, it's a minor thing, and whatever. It doesn't like personally upset me, but I do think it's like that's so indicative. That's like classic. That's a classic example that is given of like objectification. Like you literally are referring to me by an identifiable like object, and they're having like conversations back and forth. Like multiple commenters are referring to me as green sweater, green, and like whatever. Oh, well, it is interesting that there's so much more extreme in the comments, than the video.
Or they're more anonymous, so they feel free to just say whatever.
Yeah. Although some of them have like full ass names in their usernames.
I didn't really scroll through many of the comments.
Well, that was fun. Oh my god, that's so cool. I love it. I love it. Let me know if you guys find any more content like that of me. That'll be fun if we just start responding to the people responding to my content.
Yeah, that sort of thing can turn into a long series of videos and live streams. Make for good, interesting content, entertaining.
Yeah. I gotta get better at clipping this. That might be a good thing to just clip this, I'm saying. You did, Diego. Congratulations. Congratulations. Do you think AI or troll farms play a part in his videos or comments? That's a good question. I don't know. That's a good question. You know, it's funny because I feel like I'm only recently starting to like identify potential like bots in the comments. Like I'm behind the times on that, but I think mostly because I just always assume like in large part for this, it's like I'm not important enough to be targeted by bots, but there's been a couple of times where like God has pointed out some things that he's been like, I'm pretty sure this is a bot because of da-da-da. And it's like, once he points it out, it's like, oh, that makes perfect sense. That makes perfect fucking sense. And I realized like, oh, we've had people like that in here. But so I think I might not be as good at identifying.
It takes practice to start recognizing them.
Yeah. You only block folks who honestly challenge you. I mean, genuinely
Not true.
Ironic. I think you're a bot, TZ. I'm pretty sure I'm well known for letting people fucking be heard out on here. I mean, well known. I'm not obviously like huge on here, but that's the one thing that I get all the time. That we hear people out and let people speak on here. So, okay.
Yeah, oftentimes you let them go a long ways whenever I'm hovering over the I'm going to get rid of them button.
Sometimes
yeah.
probably too long, but...
Like I can hear it coming already before they go doing their bad thing. I'm like, yeah.
I know. But sometimes I want them to do their bad thing. Even if I know that that's where they're going, it's like I want them to do their bad thing because the people who are in the comments who are like... The problem with dog whistles is that they're too easily deniable. That's why they're called dog whistles, right? And so
yeah,
sometimes I want to let them get to the point where they like do the bad thing to a level that's like undeniable. Because when we like stop it ahead, when we recognize the dog whistle and we're like, hey, listen, like cut that shit out. Everyone else in the comments is like, oh, like you're too sensitive, like, oh, you know, whatever. And it's like, no, it's just very clear that this is about to go down a fucking, you know, fucked up path or whatever. But sometimes it's like, all right, like, no, let's deny them the plausible deniability of a dog whistle and like let them say what it is they're here to say. And then, you know.
Yeah, you gotta weigh the risk. Is it worth a strike on your account and stuff also?
Yeah, that's true. David Douglas. Really? What are you doing watching Red Pill creators, man? Red Pill adjacent creators. For fun. How did you find me there? That's the one thing. We need little spies. I need to send little spies into Red Pill. Red Pillverse. The algorithm. The algo is sending you down Red Pill. Just please be careful with the Red Pill road. Follow 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 the red pill road.
I often watch Fox News.
Yeah.
Just to stay up to date, and Sky News, just to try to stay up to date on what people are going to be saying that doesn't make any sense here and other places.
How long do you last on that?
When I'm watching the Fox News stuff.
Yeah, like how long can you take it in a given go stint?
I speed up the sound and then I do dishes or other things. I can watch a lot of it. Yeah, I think my new headphones aren't working so well.
Wait, no,
it's echoing.
Now, it's a little bit now. I feel like that might be what's his face? What was I gonna say? Oh, what's Fox News yelling about now? Right now. Thank you.
Well, I haven't got to watch lately because I got too busy doing everything else. That's why I keep saying I'm way behind on the news.
Yeah.
Too much other work to do. I've had no downtime.
God, have you guys been seeing what's been going up with whatchamacallit?
South Korea?
Well, I was gonna say Korea and Georgia.
Oh yeah, Georgia is interesting.
Yeah. I turned on, so last night I found out about it. I felt bad because I hadn't been paying attention to anything all day, and then I decided to doom scroll last night, and I pull it up and I see the Georgia stuff is going on. I'm like, what the fuck? What did I miss?
It's been very under covered, unfortunately. Very, very poor coverage in main media outlets, unfortunately. I've seen most of it on TikTok, frankly.
Yeah. Well, and that's exactly, and that's what I was going to say. So I turned on, and granted it was 2 or 3 in the morning. I think part of it was because I put on, I was binging a TV show last night, so I just wasn't paying attention to any media. And so I turned on, it was the replay of Rachel Maddow, who I love, you know what I mean? Fuck most mainstream media, but I love Rachel Maddow. And I didn't pay super close attention, but I turned it on and I saw that she wasn't talking about it. You know what I mean? I kept glancing up to see if she would mention it, if there was any, and I was like, no. And I left the news on for the rest of the evening in the background. And yeah, granted, again, I was not paying close attention to it because whatever. But at no moment did I look up and see that they were talking about it. And I was like,
They don't want to give Americans ideas.
that's very possible. Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah. Fox has been trying to create a narrative for the prices to go up. Really? Like what? Yeah, they tried to put it off till 2028, if I remember correctly. So now there's the protests. Good night, Ethan. Good for South Korea. They fucking should, yeah. What's the narrative that they're trying to create, Huff? Georgia wouldn't be able to... I don't believe they have border dispute. What border dispute is going on?
Russia invaded... was it... How it was a while ago, right? How many years ago was it? Anyway, it took over a third of their territory. And I think that's what he's referring to as the border dispute.
Right, but how long ago was that? Because that wasn't 2011.
I don't want to... Yeah, I don't want to talk out of my... I don't remember.
Okay. Georgia, Russia, 2011, it seems. Du jour.
Yeah, 08. Someone just put it in there. That sounds right.
Oh, 1990. Invaded ending the war. Okay. I'm seeing at 20... The most recent reference I'm seeing to the border dispute is 2011. And then for joining the EU, I forget the number of years it has to be. Isn't it 7 or something? Joining... Should resolve their bilateral issues before the conclusion of I used to know the exact thing. I guess it just has to be resolved. But I thought there was like a number of years. Okay, so I guess it just has to be resolved. I guess, Ram.
And I'm sure they're going to try to blame price increases on people coming across the border and big tech. I'm just not sure how they're going to try to spin that.
They'll probably just say
make
it
that
like
into
you
the
did.
same. Oh, probably. Maybe.
Yeah, it's
and
amazing.
just keep saying it over and over until people believe it.
It's amazing how they say that. Yeah, Hoff, all of a sudden it's like, well, that, I will say, Elon at one point during the campaign was like, Americans have to prepare for a certain amount of pain. And it's like, geez, like the fact that the richest man on earth can say that with a fucking straight face to millions of Americans and for them to be like, yeah, we like that. It's like, that man is so fucking rich. There's no reason for you to be in pain for these things.
Unless it's a guillotine.
Well, I'm saying you as in the people, right? Like it was like millions of Americans being like, yeah, we got to be ready for pain, for like economic pain, as told to them by the richest motherfucker on earth. Like that guy saying like, well, Americans are going to have to be ready for like sacrifices. They're going to have to make some sacrifices.
It's like the audacity too, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty, I don't even get how people just digest it. It's so bizarre to me.
That's what's great. The fucking audacity. And the fact that people, that just like these people are like, yeah. Like none of them are like, hold on. You know what I mean? Like it's just fucking weird. China already started setting its counter tariffs today. Yeah.
Yeah, they restricted fine elements like germanium and another G1 and someone else is going to put it in the comments that can affect consumer goods, some high end stuff, whatever. It's gonna that plus the chips. I don't know.
Yeah, I keep going back and forth. Should I buy another one of these? I have this mini monitor here, you know, that I use for. Look, you can see you guys are on here. It's the multi-chat here. And this is the TikTok specific chat. This is where the gifts are. That's why I often miss the gifts. And then the tools for stuff are like up here. The multi-chat or the multi-guest invites or requests show up on the other monitor because that whole fucking Windows is thing. Whatever. Point is, I have the big monitor up here. I'm thinking of getting like, this is like, I think this costs like $65 or so, and it's great. And I'm thinking of getting a second one so that I can use it as like, you know how it's just like all annoying to pull up the window, So maybe I can like put a separate monitor aside because it's cheap. Put red tape around it so I know that anything that's on this monitor is quite possibly on screen for everyone. And that way I can just like toss up things there for like whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Sounds like a good idea. You're definitely better at the tech stuff than I am.
Yeah. But I don't know. It's like I'm not trying to spend another $65 right now, but I just did a fuck ton of Christmas shopping for everyone over Black Friday. I know that we're all trying to consume less. I am consuming less, but I have to get people fucking Christmas presents or whatever. Those rare earth minerals are used in most microchips. Yeah. I should probably get one of these fucking things. Tech is about to get so expensive. Is it the most elegant solution?
I really recommend getting that multi-port adapter for the display, so you can achieve what you're saying and know what's on the screen. Yeah, it really does help with the perspective. That setup is just worth it, and you just kind of quoted it. Yeah.
What multi-port thing is this?
So if you just type in like a monitor multi-port, it'll show you some of like it depends on also what your laptop or PC is, because some different graphic cards can only handle so many monitors. Some are limited at 3 or 4. It just depends on the card you have, but the multi-port will actually split the signal for different monitors.
Oh, I have something like that. God, what was it called? It was called something. I have a Black Magic something or other, but I mean, yeah, also, part of me is like, well, I don't want to spend any more money on this, like, fucking streaming setup until I know what the future of this fucking app is. But also, I'm like, okay, but if this app goes away and I have to suddenly do more TikTok and Twitch shit, I guess I have to be prepared to do more of this, like, reaction content nonsense, which is, like, watch it. We'll just read the news all day together. We could do that. That would actually be fun. I should just get one of these. I should just get another one of these fucking things while they're still affordable. But yeah, I might have to do that. I might have to get a signal, like, especially because I have, like, the camera plugged in. I have my PC. I have a mini PC, by the way. So it's like pretty powerful, but it's still a mini PC. Damn, prices are going up already. Returns and orders. Cheesy. They got filtered on my multi-chat with asterisks. Make sure you have the latest versions of your phones this year. I mean, I have last year's phone. Also, like, I have some crazy update thing, so I'm not going to replace this now. But yeah, the tariffs are going to affect computers and stuff. I'm glad that I got my computer, like, oh shit, you know what I have to do? I have to order another power fucking thing directly from them, because they're in China. And it's like a whatchamacallit thingy. Okay, order power supply. God damn, I can't believe we have to fucking plan around this fucking knucklehead. Oh, God.
I should have bought a dozen of those baby excavators for resale.
Yeah. Yeah.
Way up on those.
Same day. All right. Well, if I order this. Hold on. What is this? 14-inch. 15-inch. Why is this one? cost more when it's smaller. Oh, HDR. Okay. I'm just gonna get it, I guess. God. I don't want to be spending this fucking money right now. It's a great little monitor though, I will say. And it's great as like a portable like second monitor for my laptop. It's pretty cool. All right. So, and I think what I'm going to do just to make sure that I don't like ever accidentally put stuff, like I'm literally going to do like red tape around it so that it's, it's like, like rec sort of thing that sort of like delineates that it's like recording so that I know. So I'm hopefully not putting any like private information up or something. Mini monitor stand. I do need some of these like little articulating ones at some point.
You could buy one of those like red on-air lights that they use in like a radio station and put it over it.
Yes. Exactly. I mean, I have some LEDs. I could program them. Do I have RGB ones? I don't know. I could like make my own like little RGB LED thing. You know? Do. What do you guys getting your loved ones for Christmas? Do you guys know?
I don't do that.
Oh, you don't do that? Oh, yeah, because I know. Nah. I mean, yeah, we're not religious. We celebrate Santa because he's just one typo away from Satan.
Right. No, I'm not good at buying presents and stuff, so
okay.
I don't do that.
What about
some people I might just give a little money to.
Oh, okay.
Let them get what they want.
Oh. What about you, Darude?
For presents?
Mm-hmm.
It's true, like kids really do just want money. So if you're getting like a niece or a nephew something, that's what's always going to make them happiest. That's what always made me happiest as a kid. Really? So yeah, probably that.
Huh. It's funny, like I mean, I guess maybe now it's different as an adult, but I just prefer someone get me, like my boyfriend is like he's more, his like love language is gift giving, but like he thinks that the more expensive something is, like the better the gift is. And for me, I'm like, it can be worth fucking nothing, but if you found something that is like is me, you know what I mean, that's very clearly like a thoughtful gift, that's what's important to me. So
like, yeah, like they paid attention when you were like talking about something at some point, and then they like made a note of it, and then they surprised you with it.
Exactly. And that's like a big sort of thing, you know, back and forth, you know. It's not like a huge issue or anything, but it's just like that slight mismatch on yeah. Like we're both like very much gift givers, but like the way we do gift giving is very different. And yeah. And that's when we were talking earlier about like the dates where I'm like, the worst fucking date we ever had was the most expensive one. It was because, you know, he took me to a restaurant that was like not the best kind of restaurant for me for my birthday last year. It was a very, very fancy sushi restaurant, but I only eat like salmon and tuna. And fancy sushi, I don't know how much sushi you eat, but super fancy sushi, like, has... The fancier you go on sushi, the less like the salmon and tuna thing will sustain you, the fancier the sushi thing is. So it was a very expensive dinner. I barely ate anything. And I was more upset because for our first date, we had gone to a sushi restaurant and I had told him the exact same thing and we had a very similar situation, but it was just less. And so for him to like not remember by the time my birthday rolled around that like, no, this is not the place to take me. You know what I mean? I was like, this fucking sucks. It's hurtful. But for him, it was like, well, it's a fancy restaurant. And he spent a lot of money on his dinner. So, very different, you know.
You said salmon and tuna?
Yeah, that's like basically what the fish I feel comfortable eating. Which is a lot of sushi, like in normal sushi.
Those are good ones.
Yeah, they're good. They're easy. But... yeah, the fancier the sushi place, the more complex it gets, I would say.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I could get everybody abortions for Christmas. You can't go wrong with those.
Oh my God, you're so right, God.
Get everybody abortions.
Damn. Yeah, I gotta go make use of that punch card before it expires. You just reminded me. Shit. I think it expires.
It'll expire.
Okay, I gotta go get pregnant real quick. I think it expires like January 1st, so.
Abortions and maybe some books on how to do witchcraft. Some Ouija boards.
I like that.
Stuff like that.
Books. What about like a DVD set? Or is that like too antiquated now? Do people do DVD sets still?
What are you going to play it in?
Maybe.
That's a fair point. I think I technically have like a plug-in DVD thing. Yeah. Well, how do I want to give like a box set, like a DVD box set of witchcraft stuff. How would you do that today? Would you just do like a digital?
Yeah, it'd be like it'd be a link in an email for a gift. Yeah.
That's lame.
What, does nobody else still have DVD players?
No, they're all gone. They're illegal.
I don't know about
I'm breaking the law.
Yeah. I don't know about illegal, but yeah, everything's digital now, which is stupid because you don't own anything that you just own digitally. Thank you, C. Ironically, I filmed a video today talking about it. I'll post it.
I'm pretty sure DVDs will play in the PlayStation 4.
I'm trying to remember. On Amazon Prime, you can download the file, right? I know on for Apple stuff you can, but
Can you?
I thought they did it at some point. I don't know if they stopped the ability to do it. You should be able to. On the app, on desktop, you can download it.
Okay. I didn't know that. I should do that. I have a couple of things I bought through like Apple, whatever.
It's a unique file type, so it can only be opened through the app itself. So you have to have an active subscription, but then you'll have the physical copy. Anyway, it is obnoxious, though.
That is obnoxious. Ugh. Wait, so you have to be subscribed to Apple TV to access the purchases in Apple TV? If I purchased it, it's a purchase.
I can't speak to Apple. I don't remember that. I just meant for Amazon Prime. I know how that works. For Prime Video is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I've been thinking I'm going to cancel my Prime.
You do have to have... No, yeah, I mean, I would assume it's the same, because you're going to have to open it in the Apple player. It's not like a MP3 or a what is it? The AAV or whatever the other one is. MP4 and AAV.
Right, but it probably has like DRM, whatever. DRM stuff, you know what I mean? What am I looking for? Oh, I'm looking for like mini monitor stand. I'm hungry. Oh, it's already 2. I was supposed to be asleep by now. I really thought I was gonna like Sorry, I'm just like online shopping at this point. 2019 was the last golden year of cinema. It's quite possible. Oh, damn. Yeah, that's smart. I probably wouldn't have thought of that. Downloading music ahead of time. This is why I hate everything that's like, I hate cloud-based apps, cloud-based everything. It's like as soon as you don't have Wi-Fi, it's like you can't, all productivity like fucking disappears. It's like, all right, well, what if I'm, I don't know, traveling? So many things are so stupid.
That's why your favorite person comes into play, and you need the Starlink so that it can be broadcasted everywhere, especially when you're out on an ocean or in a remote area.
God, they really are. It's crazy how much we just don't own anything anymore. Truly, we don't own our own files and data. Yeah.
We really don't, and that's when things like what happened in France in the 1880s starts to occur.
But it's also crazy. It's like we live in this era where all our means of organization, and I mean all, right, and communication are also the exact means used to surveil us. So it's like that's a completely new paradigm.
And you just went into a direction I was thinking about taking this. So there's a new documentary out called Surveil. It's streaming on Max, and it's by. Did you watch it by Ronan Farrow?
No,
that journalist.
No, but I'm very excited.
I highly recommend it. It's done well. He did his due diligence, and it's elucidating. I work in cyber security, and this is an area that I research. And there is just backdoor entries. Access for all of the organizations or whatever, the powers that be that have 3 letters in them, to really just turn on your camera, your microphone, even when the device is off. And this is software that's sold, and it is not, there's no regulation in this industry. And
I know. I'm like, yeah, it's funny. I mean, ever since I got on TikTok, I've been wanting to make a TikTok about Pegasus, but I figured everyone already knew everything about Pegasus because I've listened to every fucking podcast there is on the thing and just like read every article back when it was like first kind of coming to light. That shit is terrifying. You just reminded me to turn off my phone and turn it back on. Bye. I've been looking forward to watching Surveil. Yeah.
Oh, speaking of things you want to buy, then you can buy one of those Faraday cage bags, and that was straight up just pure physics that cuts any external signal.
Or you could just wrap your phone in cheap aluminum foil.
I was gonna say, doesn't aluminum
it's
foil?
It's not as effective.
Okay.
Right. Should be just as effective.
Well, God, you're a welder. You can weld your own Faraday cage, technically.
What if you use the aluminum window screen and some aluminum foil? It's the same thing.
Yeah, if there's enough. No, you're right. If it's not just one layer or whatever.
No, you definitely want to put several folds, a few mils thick.
That's fun too, right? Just have to wrap it every time. Just go through those rolls like crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if it it depends on what kind of signal you're receiving. Like for the 5G, all you got to do is just put a piece of aluminum foil on the back of your phone. No more 5G.
Mm-hmm. Microwave works.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ovens probably work too, for the most part.
Yeah, for the most part.
Fridge might work.
The microwave works good because it's designed to stop microwaves.
Oh, that's true.
From coming out, so they can't get in.
Do you have to turn it on?
No. No, the shielding is just in the device.
But even with the window, it's interesting. That's what I'm saying. Like a fridge would make sense, and an oven. Well, I guess the oven has the oven window, but a fridge is like metal. It's like fully metal, and it's very thick metal. I feel like.
Yeah, provided your phone battery don't get too cold.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point.
Anything under freezing, not good for lithium.
That's true. Yeah. I have some of those like metal baking trays that are already like thicker aluminum, but I could craft something out of those,
It really doesn't take much.
Yeah.
Like my niece,
we live in such amazing
the other day,
times.
she has an iPhone, and she wrote some stuff on a gum wrapper, and then put it in her phone case, and her phone wouldn't work.
Oh, that's cool. That is cool.
Well, it's because it's an iPhone, though.
iPhones are fucking great, dude. Don't at me.
Yeah. It's just all they have is Apple like throttling the speed and the battery after 2 years because they were what? That was they got was that a federal case that it was like proven they pull that malarkey.
Whatever. Have you ever tried using an app, a Google app, after it has been around for 2 years? Bet you can't. They keep getting rid of them. Fucking Google, man.
I think they're breaking up, right?
Oh, maybe.
They're being the monopolies being.
We'll see about that.
They were the oligopolies being split up.
You're assuming it's being split up and not put together into a tighter network.
I mean, I don't know.
No, but there's something. Yeah, they got slapped with some sort of like antitrust thing recently. Who would have thunk it? But like, yeah, we'll see. Well, they'll just pay the fucking fine and get over it because, who knows? God, there's no hope for us, is there?
No. The answer is no. As long as we just if we stop reproducing enough, so there's not enough in the younger generations to take care of the older generations, that's probably the only hope.
But that's why they're trying to.
So if we're all full of enough vitriol against one another, and the men and women are mad enough at one another, it might just work. I think that's our best angle.
We got to get the men on board with this plan. They keep like not understanding that that's what's going on. You know what I mean? Like, you guys need to talk to your
There are
bros.
some that do.
Some that do, yes, some that do. But you guys, the ones that do, you guys got to talk to your fucking bros and tell them to get with the program. You know what I mean? Like, be like, bro, the women are not ruining your life. It's fucking capitalism. Can you, like, stop trying to have babies. You're ruining the whole plan.
I don't think. Do dudes want babies?
Yeah.
I guess the old-fashioned ones do. No, the old-fashioned ones. I don't know. I don't relate with those guys.
Which is an unfortunately not very silent minority right now. You know what I mean? That's why they're going after things like no-fault divorce and shit. That's this whole MAGA thing. And they're the ones who are blaming women for their feelings of inadequacy. They want women out of the workforce so that they can get all the jobs without doing any of the fucking actual like work to like, without having to get college degrees or anything.
And then AI is going to take it anyway.
AI is going to take it anyway. Yeah. See? And they want women to be stuck with them once they marry them, so they can't divorce them for no-fault divorce, and to have their babies. It's all about like they want to like pass on their genes and stuff. I don't fucking know. They're teaching them that you're pointless if you don't create a family. Yeah, that's what they're teaching them. Exactly. They're literally saying, like, all your worth and measure as a man is based on how many babies you have. Why the fuck do you think Elon has had 13 children? 12 now. He literally, like, he's part of that weird fucking, like, eugenics adjacent, like, movement of these men who are, I forget what the name is. Do you remember, God? It's like super something. I don't know. But they're basically, it's like this movement of these men who like genuinely believe in putting as many fucking children out in the world of theirs as possible. It's
Genghis Connors?
Genghis Connors, that's it. It's not the measure of a man. It's actually not. Absolutely narcissism-based beliefs.
I think Jimmy's trolling.
I hope so. Wasn't Epstein on one of them? I don't think so. No, it isn't the measure of a man, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? It isn't. And if you think it is, and you're part of the problem who's trying to, like, you're just reinforcing that idea. It literally doesn't have to be. For many years, like, it wasn't even. Like, even back in, like, old traditional days, like, to be an eligible bachelor was, like, a nice thing for men. Like, men didn't have to have children. Women would have children, like, because that's all women were, like, allowed to do. Thank you, Jimmy. Oh, nice. E-scooters are fun, Jared. He can't just... No, it's literally... No, he's actually part of something creepy, dude. Also, he doesn't spend any time with his kids, so no, he obviously doesn't want kids. Wes. If he wanted kids, he would speak to most of them and spend time around them.
So where's everyone gonna move once just society just completely breaks down?
Oh, God. If all of society or just America?
How about just if, like, the U.S.'s political system kind of just destabilizes, governments become non-functional, supply chains shut down. There's, in general, you just kind of have something that resembles some sort of, like, non-functional failed system.
I'm moving to Spain because I have a passport. Elon bought a fucking compound for his children that he doesn't even fucking speak to. Jesus, that's so gross. A fucking compound. That's like full on, like, Waco shit. You know what I mean? He's just gonna start having kids with his kids. Good God. 3 mansions, 3 mothers, 11 children, and 1 secretive multi-billionaire father who obsesses about declining birth rates. This is so gross. I wish they're not saying, like, what the name is of the thing.
Compound X.
No, the, like, you know, it's like, it's not quiverful, but the quiverful sort of ideology is kind of similar. They're teaching, like, gotta go fill your quiver with arrows being children. Fucking stupid. Ethan Muskie. Ugh, it's literally just based in... Quote, "You breed horses," Errol Musk said in an interview in September. "People are the same. If you have a good father and a good mother, you'll have exceptional children." Errol Musk? Oh, God. His dad had 2 children with his own former stepdaughter. God, that's... Oh, God. It is, huh? All right.
Well, I'm not sure where I would move to. I guess I'm just stuck here.
We have a whole plan to set up a cult at God's place. There's gonna be soup. It's gonna be a nice cult though. Oh, nice, Hoff. That's a good plan. All right, I'm gonna get my ass to bed, if that's okay with you guys. I tried to come on early so I would go off early. I'm gonna be a human tomorrow. I'm gonna wake up at 9.
That's quite all right with me.
All right, thank you.
Nah says nope, not with him.
Nope. You get mad when I'm on late. You get mad when I'm on early, Nas. I gotta be a human about this. I could permanently move to an elevator. Oh, it's easy. Okay. All right. Thank you guys. Thank you, gents. Thank you, chat.
Thank you.
For the lovely company tonight.
Thanks, later.
This was fun. Hope everyone has a great, great night. Tomorrow,
Good night, everybody.
I might be going to a film festival, and then I think I'm having a super late birthday dinner with Philippe, because my birthday was a few weeks ago. And so I don't know if I'll be live tomorrow, but I'll see you guys again soon. I know that for sure. I love you all. Oh, thank you, Tatus. Good night. Oh, find me on these guys, please. This week we are finding out what the appeals court is going to say about this beloved Vertical app. So just a reminder, I'm on almost all the other apps, okay? Not X and not Kick. But I'm on YouTube, Twitch, on Instagram, Threads, Blueski, all the stuff, okay? Yeah, it was my birthday on November 11th. I'm old.